Good, good evening, everyone. It is 6:30 p.m., and I am calling to order this regularly scheduled West Hollywood Planning Commission meeting. The West Hollywood Planning Commission acknowledges that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Kizh peoples. This Planning Commission meeting is being live broadcast and teleconferenced on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. You may call in to make a comment, and you may also listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833, meeting ID 848-7558-5553, and then press the pound sign. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this Planning Commission meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the Planning Commission Secretary should broadcast disruptions arrive. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the Planning Commissioners about difficulties viewing the meeting. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. If you're experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options and a guide to troubleshoot your connection. If you continue to experience difficulties, you can also call 323-848-3151. Okay. Next up, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Matos. Item 3 is roll call.
Good evening, commissioners. Tonight, Chair Jones is absent, so all votes will reflect that for the record. Commissioner Matos.
Present.
Commissioner Lombardi.
Present.
Commissioner Gregoire.
Here.
Commissioner Copeland.
Here.
Commissioner Carvalero.
Here.
And Acting Chair Thomas.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
Next up is approval of the agenda. I know there has been a request to move item 10A to after item 10C and to move up items from staff. Is that correct, Commissioner Gregoire? Okay. Are there any other changes? Can I get a motion with those changes?
I move approval as amended.
Can I get a second?
Moved by Commissioner Matos, seconded by Commissioner Carvalero. Commissioner Lombardi? Thank you. And the motion carries unanimously, noting Chair Jones absent, approving the agenda as amended for December 15th, 2022.
And my apologies, we moved items from staff up, but we didn't say where. So are we going to move that after the consent calendar? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next item is approval of approval of minutes, and there are 2 minutes that need to be approved. The first item is the November 17th court transcription.
Moved by Commissioner Matos, seconded by Commissioner Gregoire. Thank you. And the motion carries unanimously, noting Chair Jones absent, approving the minutes for November 17, 2022, the court transcription as presented.
Next, we have approval of the minutes for the December 1st meeting.
Motion by Commissioner Matos, seconded by Commissioner Lombardi. Commissioner Carvalero. Thank you. And the motion is approved, noting 5 ayes, Commissioner Carvalero abstaining and Chair Jones absent, approving the minutes of December 1st, 2022, as presented.
Thank you. Next item is public comment.
Chair, I received no public comments here in chambers. We do have 1 or 2 on the Zoom platform. I will hand that over to Danny. Before I do, if anyone is on the Zoom platform listening that would like to make a general public comment other than an item not appearing on this agenda tonight, please star 9 for me. That'll let us know you'd like to speak. Or you can use the raise hand feature if you're on the platform.
We have 1 public comment from Abby Land. Abby, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is Abby Land. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I can't stay for your public hearings, but I wanted to speak in favor of 10A and support the staff recommendation that the project is consistent with the general plan and that the City Council should approve the zone map amendment as well as the development agreement and the sign permit. I think that this ability of the city to purchase this property will certainly upgrade it. It will help meet many of our general plan priorities as well as many of the priorities in our ending homelessness for 5 years. So I'm very excited and hope that the Planning Commission does move this forward. I just wanted to ask, there is part of the agreement that talks about that the city will get 30% of the revenue that will be generated by the sign, and I think the Planning Commission should consider dedicating some of that revenue specifically to this project. It will go into the general fund. If not, I'm sure the city will spend it wisely, but it might be judicious to say that a portion of that 30% definitely goes to pay the ongoing costs for the project that potentially could have approved at this site. And then the only other comment I wanted to make is in the agreement about the sign permit, there is terminology that says that at the end of 30 years that the sign will go back to look like it is today. And we don't know what the technology will be in 30 years, and we can certainly continue the development agreement. I don't anticipate being here in 30 years, but you might want to make language that gives a little bit more flexibility so that the sign could go back to or be part of whatever the new technology is for advertising and billboards. But with that said, I want to thank the Planning Commission for the opportunity to speak. And again, I hope that you will approve the staff recommendation. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what last name?
Thank you, Abby. I see no other indication that there are other public speakers for this item, so.
Right. And that is nothing in chambers.
Thank you so much. Next on the agenda is the director's report.
Good evening, Acting Chair Thomas and Commissioners. I'm John Kehoe, Director of Planning and Development Services. Just one update on City Council action at their last meeting. The City Council did take into consideration the gender-neutral multi-stall zoning ordinance changes that the Planning Commission took a look at previously, and they did approve that change. So we're happy about that. They did, however, want to also have the requirements apply to tenant changes. And so we're going to bring that portion back to the Planning Commission so the Planning Commission can discuss exactly how it would apply to tenant changes, probably more particularly related to if there are changes involving restrooms. So that'll be coming back to the commission at some point, probably as soon as we can, hopefully in January or February. There really aren't any other planning-related items going to the City Council meeting on the next agenda. So the next City Council meeting really isn't until January 23rd. That might have some planning-related items on it. So with that, I just want to wish everybody a happy holiday and see everybody in the new year.
Thank you. Next up, item 8 is items from commissioners. Commissioner Gregoire?
Just want to wish everybody happy holidays and look forward to working with everyone in 2023.
Anyone else? Okay, next item is our consent calendar. There is nothing there, so we're going to move on to items from staff. Item 14.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and hello, Commissioners. Just wanted to provide you an update regarding our upcoming Planning Commission meetings and upcoming subcommittee meetings, just for your reference. We have our first meeting coming up January 19th, as the January 5th meeting was canceled. And at the January 19th meeting, we will be reviewing a couple of projects. One includes a mixed-use project at 8555 Santa Monica Boulevard. The other project that we'll be reviewing is a general plan consistency item for the city's proposed purchase of property at 1047 North Crescent Heights, which is adjacent to the vacant lot there at the corner of Santa Monica Boulevard and Crescent. And as well, we will be bringing back that additional zone text amendment refinement that the council requested regarding remodeled bathrooms for the multi-stalled gender-neutral restrooms item. Next up, just a little bit of an update on the Long-Range Planning Project Subcommittee. The next meeting is January 19th, and at that meeting, we'll be reviewing a parking minimums item with regards to revising our parking requirements throughout the city, and also some additional information about recent state law changes to parking requirements in the city. So it's just a little overview of parking at that meeting. And then we'll also be reviewing hotel rooftop activities and the potential for us expanding the use of outdoor hotel activities, and we'll provide you an overview of some of the challenges and opportunities with those. So that's coming up on January 19th. And then lastly, the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee. There is a virtual meeting planned for January the 12th, and that will be a review of a billboard at 8501 Sunset Boulevard. So with that, that concludes items from staff. Thank you.
And the January 19th meeting is in person?
As of now, yes.
Okay. Okay. Any additional items from staff? Great. So we are going to move into our public hearings. We're going to start with 10B, which is a zone text amendment, West Hollywood West Neighborhood Overlay District Design Standards, which was continued from the December 1st meeting. The Planning Commission will hold a public hearing to consider a zone text amendment to update the West Hollywood West Neighborhood Overlay District Standards and finding the action categorically exempt from CEQA, West Hollywood, California. So is the presentation ready?
Good evening, Vice Chair and Commissioners. Rick Abramson, Manager of the Urban Design and Architecture Studio. Before you this evening is a return to a continued item from the West Hollywood West Development Standards that was originally heard on October 6th. At that time, the commission had asked us to do some additional research, come back with some additional information. And so for those in the audience who may be unfamiliar with the background to date, there was originally an overlay that was put into effect by the City Council in 2014. It's now been in place for 8 years. It's worked very well thus far. A number of the provisions have been quite successful. But there was some things that needed a little bit of update, refreshing. In particular, the neighborhood brought forward a number of things that they asked staff to look at. In conjunction with that, the City Council subsequently passed and now adopted our Climate Action Plan. And so going forward, all new ordinances that might be affecting the environment or the climate in some way are looking to update those as well. So there's some items that are related to that, as well as one item that is related to public safety. So in recent years, there's been direction from the state that anything related to housing as a whole must be objective in tone and in word and in deed in order to enforce. And so a lot of the provisions before you tonight may already exist in the existing overlay, but there was less than objective terminology sometimes that needed clarification. So a number of the items before you are merely just providing measurables and objective standards to standards that were already in place. At the October 6th meeting, as I said, this item was continued, and so there's been some additional outreach. We talked about last time how there was extensive engagement through this process. This has been a 3-year process. There's been multiple community meetings, walkabouts, focus group meetings, in-person meetings, presentation to the board of directors of West Hollywood West Neighborhood Association, constant email engagement with those who had items that they wanted staff to consider. So there was one, in addition to the previous public hearing, this had also gone to the long range subcommittee meeting, which was a public meeting. So there have been many, many, many opportunities for the public to weigh in many different types of forums along the way. The item was also noticed fully throughout the neighborhood as requested by the commission at the last hearing. A mailing was done to every address that was provided from the county. And so that went out to all those announcing the December 1st hearing. And then this item was continued to the 15th, so that anybody who received notice and wanted to participate was aware that it had been moved to tonight's date. So now we're here. Just a quick recap of the October 6th hearing. There were a number of items and recommendations that were brought forward. The commission sort of did a thumbs up, thumbs down temperature taking on many of them. And so there seemed to be general consensus for the majority of the bullet pointed items up here, but we're happy to revisit any of them if the commission would like to do that tonight. But we've tried to focus on those things that the commission specifically gave us direction to do some additional research and gather some information. So one of those things that the commission asked was for some new language relative to the vegetative roof component with the Port Cochers to tie it into Cal Green practices, where Cal Green sort of defines the vegetative roof requirements. So we've done that. We've added that recommendation. We've also been asked to look at the driveway width limitation. There was some kind of strange language last time that talked about the first 30% of the property frontage, and the intent was lineal feet. So we've now clarified that it's the first 30 lineal feet from the property line. And then 3 specific areas, in addition to those where the commission asked that we provide some additional guidance if possible. One had to do with the relationships of the front and side yard hedges and visibility, driveway visibility in particular, as part of a safety aspect. The second item was related to basements. There were comments both about their size and their depth. The depth had not been considered in the previous hearing, so that's something that we took note of, and we've added a recommendation based on basement depth now. And there was extensive discussion about dewatering and changes to groundwater and aquifer relationships and settlement and construction staging at the time. And I think if you recall, our recommendations were not based on dewatering or changes to the aquifer, but that was a subject of great discussion. And then lastly, there was some unresolved issues related to recessed exterior lighting, so we've brought back some language there that is for consideration. So since the October 6th meeting, there's been 6 sort of primary content-related items to add to what was presented on October 6th. The first being the driveway length that I just mentioned, that was a clarification. The second being the vegetative roof reference. The third relates to merged lots. And through testimony and continued discussion with the neighborhood, we realized that the recommendation of a 2,000 or 2,500 square foot floor area was in anticipation of a single lot, but that there are some properties that have previously been merged, and that it made sense that if they had not been merged and there could have been 2 separate dwellings, why not have 2 separate dwellings if they are merged? You know, we're interested in adding housing in any way we can, and so we're coming back with an updated recommendation to allow for a second dwelling unit of up to 2,500 square feet in merged lots situations. So it basically put it back to the way it was before the merger. The fourth item I mentioned is a basement depth recommendation of 9 feet. That came from the commission, and so we're bringing that back. And then what is new is in the staff report, we've now provided some alternatives to the staff recommendation based on previous discussion, so that the commission, in making recommendations to the council, if they don't feel the staff recommendation is adequate, there's some other potential ways that the commission may go, so we're prepared to discuss that as well. And then lastly, as part of that additional research specifically related to excavation and shoring of basements, the staff has reached out to Dagan Kolb engineers and Tetra Tech, who are structural engineers and geotech engineers. They are retained by the city normally to check all the basements. Anytime there's excavation in West Hollywood West or anywhere throughout the city, there has to be a specific study in the form of a soils and geotech study for any project that's going underground. And that study by an outside engineer is then reviewed by the city consulting engineers, the 2 that I mentioned. So these 2 engineers are exceedingly familiar with West Hollywood West. They have read staff soils and geotech reports for all these properties that have come through, and they are also the ones that advise staff on the mitigations based on what is found in these individual soils and geotech studies that are done. So they have written a memo to help the commission understand what they have been seeing, in particular the type of mitigations that they have been generally applying with respect to excavation and shoring to mitigate in the construction of basements. They've also commented on their experience in the field in WeHo West with dewatering and the impacts it may have, even though, again, the recommendation is not being made on specific data or science related to dewatering specifically, but they have addressed that. And they are available tonight to the commission should the commission have some questions for the consulting engineers. So those are the new items that have been updated based on direction from the commission previously. And so if we get into a few of the specific items that have been looked at more specifically, there was a supplemental chart that was sent to the commission and posted for the public to review that sort of explains, perhaps in a little bit better way. The current code is arguably confusing. There's a number of standards related to visibility that appear in different sections of the code, and they are for specific purposes, but they get confused sometimes. And even for staff, it's taken a lot of time to sort of unpack it all. But basically, the current standards do require a visibility triangle, and the current standards have a limitation within that triangle of 28 inches for any obstruction. So that would be walls, fences, hedges, and tall garden gnomes. Anything that might be within the triangle is supposed to be limited to 28 inches. There's also, from the existing standards, an 18-inch setback along the sidewalk, along the front property line, that's meant to be a buffer to give a little bit more elbow room to those who are using the sidewalk. This has been in place, and it's been one of the successes that we have heard from the neighborhood, from the overlay it's in place. There's been tremendously positive reaction to that. And then there's a canopy tree provision that talks about clearances greater than 6 feet. So the proposed standards are, again, more of a refreshing and adding the one objective standard of 6 feet at the corner to put a measurable, to put something that is clearly objective onto the visibility triangle that was already in place. And I also want to point out, because I think this might not have been clear in the previous hearing, that the hedge heights are unlimited in other areas that we're going to show, and then there is one place where they are limited. We have a diagram because it is a bit confusing. So this is the supplemental chart that's been provided to the commission to help actually, read the language for yourself, so to speak. On the left side is the current language that's in place that everybody is following on the left, and on the right is what is proposed. And really there's not too much new, only more specific. So what is proposed is that we're acknowledging that with the visibility triangle, it's conventionally been looked at in one size fits all, but in fact, if you're backing out of a driveway versus pulling forward, you do have different visibility. So the intent was to provide greater specificity, but the default is the more restrictive, to assume that in most cases, individuals were backing out of their driveway, and unless there's a place on the property to turn around in the rear, like a motor court or something where you can physically turn around, we would assume at the staff level that everybody is going to be backing out, and that's the provision that would apply. And again, I mentioned the obstructions in the visibility triangle. We're now putting the 6 feet in there as a specific objective item. So really, that's the only proposed changes. Other than that, staff is not recommending changes to fence heights, to wall heights, or to hedge heights, or anything else other than those 6 feet at the visibility triangle. Here's a couple of diagrams that show the backing out and the exiting forward. As I said, the one that's entitled rear facing would be the one most of the time that would apply. And just to sort of refresh on why this is why we're even looking at this. This is a safety consideration at driveway visibility situations. There are a number of examples that we have completely blind conditions when a car is backing out, and whether it's created by fences or walls or hedges or other types of vegetation. For us, we're looking at it in the same way, that anything that is solid and makes a blind condition is what is trying to be addressed. Since the advent of the implementation of the overlay, we have a number of examples of projects that have been built under the current standards where they're using either fences only, or they're using combination of walls and fences. in many cases, very creative and thoughtful designs that provide site security, but provide that visibility at the driveway. So any of these examples would be perfectly fine and compliant, and again, no proposed change. And then this is the diagram that perhaps helps unpack a little bit of how the code works currently. And so the diagram on the left, you'll see there's the yellow zone, which is the 28-inch high maximum that is currently in the code, and that we are now just adding the 6-foot dimension to it. The dark green is labeled unlimited. That is currently with respect to vegetation and hedges specifically. So in those zones, as the code currently reads, there is no limit in those dark green areas. And then as you go back outside of the rear yard, there's a side yard condition, and then it drops down to 6 feet. That is the way the current code is crafted. So when we get to discussion of the item, we're certainly happy to hear your thoughts on whether this current code that's being carried over into the recommendations is adequate or not. But I think this at least helps, hopefully, everybody viewing see that that the only change on this whole diagram is the 6-foot dimension on the right side of the diagram. Everything else is in place for the hedge portion. And then the visibility triangle has its dimensions based on what I said previously. So many have said, you know, how can we comply with this if we already have existing hedges? So we've come up with a couple of diagrams to show if, in fact, a property owner needs to comply going forward, because I want to emphasize for everybody that these standards apply as they go forward. For any standard that's adopted, once it's adopted, it's in place, and any new construction would have to comply with it. So there is no sort of retroactive type of compliance, that it's only for those who are coming in for a new permit that the standards that are adopted the day they walk in for the permit are what's in place. So here, say somebody wants to do a new home construction and they want to have a hedge, this would be an alternative where the corners could be held down at 28 inches. Another option is if they wanted full height, that the corners could be canted. This is another strategy that would be acceptable and still provide for the visibility. A third option would be to notch back in the opposite way at the corner and still have full height. And then, of course, there's other alternatives with fences and walls that can go up to 6 feet. Based on the conversation and comments from the neighborhood, we are also providing other alternatives should the commission want to go further than the staff recommendation, which is just the corner, the visibility triangle. But one alternative would be to eliminate hedges altogether and just go with fences and walls, and just say, you know, this would be sort of one way it could go. A second alternative, if the hedges are desired, is to just keep them at 28 inches, all planting along the frontage, and that would be acceptable as well. It's not something the staff is recommending, but there are other ways that visibility can be achieved through either fences and walls or hedges. Okay, moving on to basements, which was another item that the commission asked us to try to get some additional guidance and information. As I said, we reached out to the engineers that are very familiar with WeHo West and that have been checking the construction drawings and the shoring and the excavation requirements for new basements, and that has been included in your packet. These engineers are available tonight should the commission so desire. So the current standard is that the code is really silent on the area limits for basements. It limits it to The current basement? No. Yeah, there's no limit. And there's no use or function limits on basements other than the typical residential regulations. And so as an update, previously staff had recommended a sort of floor area that was based on an analysis to the best of our ability. I would say that we've heard 4 different viewpoints on basements through this process from the community. The first viewpoint is that some feel that basements should be prohibited altogether, that they weren't part of the original fabric of WeHo West. They're a newer phenomenon, and there should be a return to the original neighborhood pattern. The second point of view is that there's no stance on basements at this point, but that there should be some additional study to determine if there's impacts, so that it isn't a call for prohibiting them or banning them as much as saying don't go forward with any basements until study has been done. The third point of view is, and I think it's where the staff sort of aligned, is that basements do have some value. They provide utility and function that is useful in single-family contexts. And so we feel because they have a value, then the question is, how big are they before there's impacts that start to really become challenging? And so that point of view is that there are, aside from any dewatering considerations or economic considerations or property value considerations, that there are construction-related aspects to building a basement. It definitely takes a lot longer, and sometimes it takes longer to build a basement and get out of the ground than it does to build the house. Depending on the size and the water that's encountered, there's oftentimes extra mitigation during construction. We've seen many, many projects that had to stop when they started a basement because they were surprised at what they found. And so because it's unlimited, we've seen over 2,000 square foot basements being constructed that are quite an undertaking, especially when you consider the excavation, the hauling of earth, the shoring, the compaction, the waterproofing, the backfilling. It's a lot of different operations from a lot of different trades, and big trucks that have to be staged somewhere. And these are narrow streets. So when staff was thinking about how to best craft what is reasonable, and because there is a belief in the value of basements, that's sort of where we landed as a square footage. It is consistent with the Norma Triangle overlay as well, which has a similar square footage and was adopted by the Planning Commission previously. And then, excuse me, the fourth point of view is that there really should be no regulations on private property, and that an unlimited size is something that should be left to the property owner, and that there isn't a belief that any impacts of larger basements really cause present anything that should preclude the construction of larger basements. So those are the sort of 4 points of view that have been brought along the way. And as I said, staff had a recommendation, but being mindful of these other points of view, I think we're definitely open to alternatives that the commission may want to craft this evening. I also want to point out that we did, based on commission comments, add now a recommendation for a maximum depth on a basement, because again, the deeper it goes, the more excavation, the more earth that gets hauled out, and just going from say 9 to 12 feet is 25% more activity. So we felt 9 feet is very reasonable for a depth. And I would say also that when you have a basement, you tend to be above grade on your first level because of the water and perimeter. So 9 feet depth doesn't mean 9 foot ceiling. It's just a maximum depth. All right, so there was a recommendation, or I guess there was an alternative that's included in the staff report on the one side, that basements be prohibited until such time that further study has taken place. There's a second alternative that on the other side is a recommendation that basements shouldn't be limited, and other than that, they may not be located within setbacks. So that's sort of the summary on basements. Another item that came up during the more recent process I mentioned was the 2 dwelling units on merged lots. I think I sort of covered that previously. So we're just now including a recommendation that a second dwelling unit may be added in merged lot situations that exceed 7,999 square feet. So the current standards and the recommended. Okay. And this carries over from previously, so only the yellow is new. Okay. And I think we addressed the street frontage in the last public hearing. Okay, so on the right is an example of that second dwelling unit now appearing at the sort of bottom middle of the diagram on the right. That shows how a second dwelling unit could be configured to maintain the scale and pattern of the neighborhood nicely, but allow for a second dwelling unit on the merged lot. I think what the concern of the neighborhood was the diagram on the left, which is the current zoning standard, which when we have merged lots could result in very large footprints that are out of scale and character with the neighborhood as you perceive them. And then finally, the exterior lighting and trespass. There was some discussion from the commission about the challenge with these downlights that are in close proximity. Our original recommendation was to make sure they're at least 12 feet apart to avoid some of the impacts that have been there. However, we're also completely fine with just eliminating the downlights on eave projections and soffits altogether. Frankly, it's much easier because it's really hard to enforce, the 12-foot spacing during construction, but we're fine with either direction that the commission feels is appropriate with respect to exterior lighting, but either one we feel would somewhat address, at least the 12 feet would somewhat address the current condition, the prohibiting would eliminate the condition. We talked about this last time with these closely spaced downlights. Okay, so we mentioned the updated language for Cal Green, so there's now a suggested language in the code that refers specifically to the standards for Cal Green. We mentioned earlier we've added language to talk about the driveway being a length now instead of a percentage. And I think those are the highlights. We're happy to answer any questions, and we're interested in hearing the discussion this evening. Thank you. That concludes the report.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the commission of staff? Commissioner Matos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a quick question for the staff. I just want to elaborate a little bit on something that was brought up tonight in the staff report. The overlay zone before us would only apply to new developments in the community, correct?
Yes, that would be correct. So it would apply to all new, basically, permit applications that we get after the ordinance is enacted.
So existing properties that have different items on the property that would be out of compliance with the proposed overlay zone before us, those would be exempt from the new overlay standards based on existing non-conforming. Is that correct?
So, yes, to the extent that they're currently allowed per the existing code.
So you're saying that they would just simply be subject to the current overlay zone as it exists today?
They would continue to exist as of today, except for those new permits.
Okay, and then when we talk about permitting development activity on the property, what does that constitute? Would that apply to if someone was doing a permitted ADU on the property? Would it then be different parts of the property would then be subject to the new overlay standard? Would it apply if the property were to change hands, perhaps in ownership? What constitutes the application of the new overlay zone?
Yeah, typically it doesn't apply to the change of ownership. Typically it would apply to, for example, a development permit application. So it would actually have to be an application the city's reviewing, with which they have sort of discretionary review. So that's when it would apply. It wouldn't apply to things such as change of ownership or, somebody new living in it or the like.
Could you provide an example of when there would be a new development that constitutes a permit that would change the subject of the overlay zone?
I mean, sure. I mean, the easy one is, the demolition and construction of a brand new property. There could also be, pardon me, in addition to a structure that will then have to comply with the new regulations. So, we'll typically tie it to the approval of a, building permit.
Okay. So, and this is just my final question. So what we're looking at tonight, what is being proposed tonight, is only prospective, and current properties that are existing today are only subject to the existing overlay zone. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, to the extent that they don't change their actual, buildings on site, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Copeland?
Hi, Commissioner Matos actually asked one of the questions that I had in mind. So just to clarify, this would only be triggered by a new construction or like a major remodel of some sort could trigger compliance
That's correct.
on that. Other than that, okay.
Yes, Commissioner.
The other question I have is with one of our alternatives here, when we're talking about the basements, would be to recommend that they be prohibited until a neighborhood-specific study on the environmental impacts and so forth could be done. A study like that would be the neighborhood in general, though. It wouldn't really add a lot of site specificity for each particular project, right? So it would probably be, I imagine, cost prohibitive and maybe time-consuming to get something like that. And it wouldn't be that specific, much more specific than what we have.
Yes, well, I think a neighborhood-wide study would be very extensive, very costly, time-consuming, yes. And I don't think it would be as informative as the actual study where the basement is proposed, which is already in place. There already is a geotech and soil study for that property that's very specific to that property. And I think the data and analysis and mitigations that would come out of that very specific study is far more valuable than a general one, because especially with respect to the aquifer and the groundwater level, it varies seasonally, depending if we're in drought, if we've had a 100-year storm. Just the minute the study is done, it's going to change.
That's what I was thinking, maybe asking staff, if I don't know if we have it in a maybe later discussion during deliberation, actually, but would we have the ability to ask that maybe tighter mitigation be done based on a case-per-case basis or a site-per-site when the consulting is done with staff and the engineer or the consulting? Because it could be different, like you say, suppose adjacent structures are this far away or it's this close to a driveway. I don't know if we can add those kinds of numbers or restrictions in, but I mean, is that something that could possibly be done other than just a general neighborhood-wide study, but just when it came up specifically for a site, say I want to dig a basement, and when they do the inspection, maybe we would have numbers that say if it's this close to an adjacent structure, if it's this close to a driveway, then we need to do this extra mitigation. Is there something already in place like that, or is that something that could be added?
Yeah, I was going to add that typically when we do have the construction of basements, there is a requirement, if I recall, by our building and safety department to actually provide soils reports
Right.
and engineering reports that actually do some of that analysis. So already sort of built into our,
So we already have
permitting system.
specificity as far as what it's in proximity to. If it's this close to this, it needs to be this.
For
this
each individual
triggers an-
site.
Okay.
Correct. And then each individual site will then have their, required mitigation and,
Okay.
Best construction practices applied to each individual case.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have right now. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Caballero.
Thank you. Thank you. Question for legal, and this was based on last time we reviewed this item. I was kind of focused on a conforming hedge next to a non-conforming hedge. So if we create this view corridor with a new project and the car's backing up and the new project is conforming, has a conforming 28-inch high hedge, and the neighbor has a 10-foot hedge and someone gets hit, who's liable?
Well, I would say, I think it's hard with the hypotheticals to provide a legal opinion on liability. I would say to the extent there's an issue that comes from a non-conforming property that's allowed by code versus a new construction that has different standards, to the extent there would be a code complaint that might result, or an incident that might result, it would be something that would be covered by the code department to the extent it's administrative. I don't know that we would be able to provide a specific answer on liability if that were to happen.
Okay.
Any other questions? Commissioner Lombardi?
Thank you. Question for Rick Abramson, City Architect. I think you mentioned in your staff report that Norma Triangle currently has a basement limitation of 400 square feet. Is that correct?
I believe so. Is it 300 or 400, Jennifer? Do you know offhand?
Okay.
We can check. Right. It's 300 or 400.
Okay,
So
thank
there's
you.
a limitation that the commission put in there. Yeah.
If you're able to check, that would be great. But, excuse me, either way, it sounds like there's a basement limitation. Do you know approximately how long that's been in place for?
Yeah. Approximately 6 years, 5, 6 years.
Okay, thank you. And then one quick clarification. I know you made some comments on lighting. I think it's 10 feet apart is what's currently proposed in the text, 12 feet height, right? I think I may have seen a 12-foot spacing in the staff report, but either way, it's 10 feet. Does that sound right?
Okay.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
let me see.
And then I do have some questions. Sorry, I have more questions on basements. So the 9-foot depth limitation seems logical. I guess what I wanted to confirm, since basements may be semi-recessed and a little bit above grade as well, is when we're looking at the overall building height calculation, that's calculated from grade level regardless of basement, so there's no increase. Okay.
That's correct.
So overall building height would remain the same regardless of a situation where maybe there's a 9-foot basement that's actually got 10-foot ceiling and is occupying some of that space above grade. Just means that your overall height
Correct.
gets capped on the upper floors.
Yes.
And Commissioner Lombardi, if I can answer your question real quick. So I did find that in the Norma Triangle, there is a 300 square foot basement limitation, and that square footage is not counted towards FAR. And the code for Norma Triangle, that was updated in 2017.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question I have, this goes along the lines of some of the questions from Commissioner Matos. If a property becomes non-conforming with the new code, I don't think there's any specific clause or notation within the code that acknowledges that. Is that correct? Have you included any language? And then adding to that, I guess it's kind of hard to know when something was non-conforming, if it's new or if it's old. I understand that if a permit were pulled, I guess that may trigger noticing that it's not conforming.
Can you hear me on this one? Okay, so the first question you had was whether there was something specific in the code that said when, what happens when a property is non-conforming. Yes, there's an entire section in the code called non-conforming uses and structures, and that gives specific thresholds for when something is allowed to remain non-conforming, to what extent it can be added on to what extent a non-conforming use can continue on a property.
I see you're referring back to the other section of the code.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay,
right.
thank
so
you.
All of our sections refer back to that one. And it does give specific criteria for single family and duplex properties.
Okay.
And then the second part of that was?
Just thinking about, there could be a couple of different scenarios. So there could be, I guess a typical condition would be that a permit is requested and then it's identified that a property is non-conforming. And that all makes sense. It's observed and it's asked to be addressed with the new design. I guess there could be changes after permitting as well that maybe are non-conforming. But I think that one of the concerns that it seems is coming from the community is the fear that they might get caught for having something that's not conforming. And how's there that reassurance of, you know, like, are they okay or not in terms of what their property has currently?
So for most things that are covered in this overlay, if they got permits for it, we will have record of when exactly it was done. If they didn't get permits for it, then that's why you should get permits. For something like a hedge, which maybe somebody doesn't get a building permit for, or even a zone clearance like you would for a fence, you know, we would rely on things like photos or even street view or things like that that create a record of when something existed and when it didn't. We do our best, and that's one of the things that's always been tricky over the years about hedges, because they grow and they don't always stay the way that you install them. So,
Okay.
So yeah, so for that one it's a little trickier, but for the rest of it, they should have a record in the permitting.
So for example, if a community member were to maybe flag another property that was not conforming, would you then have a way to look to see whether that property had a permit that occurred after the given date or not? So if someone was flagged multiple times, maybe they have some old hedges and you can't afford to have them removed, it's very costly and it's always been there, you would be able to identify that and that wouldn't be targeted for change.
Right, we would do our best to establish when that was in, you know, how long that's been there. And, you know, there's a number of different ways that we can do that. And like I said, for a hedge, it does get trickier, but, you know, luckily now we have like a pretty good street view record. It's fairly, it can be easier to identify how long a plant has been there. If it's brand new, sometimes it's easier to tell. If it's well established, that's easier to tell, things like that.
Because this could delve into safety, is there a point where safety may override some of these sort of existing non-conforming conditions? Say, it's obstructing the sidewalk, or you really can't see out of the driveway at all.
Yeah, and like we talked about in the last meeting, I think there's already, in this overlay and then already in the books, there are provisions in our code for driveway visibility, for safety, you know, and already it's not permitted to have things that are growing over the sidewalk or into the right of way. So yes, that would be a factor.
Okay, thank you. That's my last question.
Are there any questions? Any other questions?
Yes, if I may, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Matos?
Thank you. Quick follow-up question. It's my understanding that the average lot size in the WeHo West neighborhood is around 4,000 square feet. Is that correct?
Lot sizes vary. There are quite a number at 4,000. There's quite a number at 5,000 under the original subdivision of the area. And then there are another good chunk that are 6,000, a little bit between 6,000 and 7,000. And then on rare occasions, we have some merged lots that are even larger.
Does staff have any figures on the average lot size or lot size range for the Norma Triangle neighborhood?
No. I suspect they'll be a little bit smaller in average, overall average as a general But no, we don't have any specifics on that.
Okay. We don't even have a range?
I wouldn't want to hazard a guess, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of staff? I have one quick question, and I'm happy to have the engineers, you said the engineers are here. I was, for the public who didn't get a chance to read this 3-page memo, I was just wondering if you could quickly summarize the memo and the recommendation or the findings of the memo and how it relates to what staff is proposing in terms of depth of the basements.
Okay, one moment. I think I have it here. Thank you. Okay. So for those who haven't seen it, the memo was produced by a combination of structural engineer and geotech soils engineers that are currently employed as outside consultants by the city. They were asked 2 particular questions. What are the potential structural impacts to adjacent existing buildings when performing deep excavations? And what are the possible effects of construction dewatering of excavations that are adjacent to an existing structure? They responded that it is based on foundation pressure and certain soil considerations, and that when they review these reports, they put in recommendations for shoring and soil stability that they feel are responsive directly to the soils and geotech report that has been provided by the property owner or developer. So the process is that outside report comes to the city then gives the report for independent review to these consultants. They make recommendations based on what they see in the report and what their knowledge and experience is from their providing this service, and they provided several diagrams about how they look at shoring and excavation and soil stability. I think their conclusions were that in general, the current impacts and the mitigations have been limited to very minor impacts. There always is some movement of earth when any sort of excavation occurs, but to their knowledge that they haven't had significant issues with water, groundwater, and dewatering post-construction. They did acknowledge that during the construction process that there are dewatering aspects that have to be looked at, and they provide recommendations in there as part of the city's approval. Let's see if there's anything else that I wanted to highlight. They're basically saying that with larger projects, projects we're familiar with in the city that have significant excavation that goes down multiple stories for larger sites, that is a very different situation, but that with the basements, the quantity that we see in the neighborhood and the size, that they're not seeing concerns about basements being constructed as long as they're sort of limited in their scope. And I think we do have the consultants available if there are specific questions that the commission would like to ask them, but I think the majority of their letter really looks at site stabilization, shoring, and the impacts of dewatering.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anybody think of any new questions? Okay, great. So we are ready to move into public comment. And I'm going to apologize in advance if I say anyone's name wrong. Please feel free to correct me when you come to the podium. We're going to start with Alex North.
And Chair, while they're on the way down, I just want to say for our Zoom audience, We'll take Zoom callers after the chambers public comments. So for those of you on the Zoom platform or calling in, please star 9 for me at this time. That'll let me know that you'd like to speak on this item. If you're on the Zoom platform, please raise your hand. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? It's Alex North, thank you. So I would say most of the homes in our neighborhood are 4,000 square feet or less, and that's what our concern is with some of these items that you want to implement. And I just want to make sure that the older homes that are grandfathered in or have been there, that they will not be disturbed by some of the new things that you want to add. The one thing that concerned me is when you said a remodel would then fall into, the remodel would then fall into the new rules. So what you're saying is if someone has a 1,100 square foot home, doesn't extend it but wants to add a new kitchen, then they fall into a new, they do not. Okay, well you said a remodel, so to me that's a remodel. I think you said remodel.
Unfortunately, the staff and the commission cannot respond during
sorry.
public comment.
Okay, so that was my main concern, that the homes that have what they have are grandfathered in. Because we are tiny lots, and people that do have the hedges and so forth do it for privacy. And I think our biggest concern is we've had a lot of break-ins and so forth, and people want to have their homes secured. So that's all I'm concerned about, and also this remodeling that was brought up. Regarding basements throughout the city, I think everyone's built, everyone's had no restrictions. So I'm a little concerned if there is a new home that is being built that we are saying it's got to be a certain amount of square footage, because everybody's doing it now. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, when you come to the podium, please also include your city of residence. Next, we have Matt Lukheim. And again, I apologize if I say your name incorrectly. As someone with a difficult name, I try to be mindful of these things, but I don't always get it right.
I am very used to it. Good evening. I'm Matt Lockheim, an 8-year resident of West Hollywood and one of the organizers of Protect WeHo West. Contrary to rumors, we are not real estate developers. We are invested homeowners who care about our neighborhood. And I am here to speak in opposition to the revised standards for the West Hollywood West neighborhood overlay. But first, I want to thank you for requiring written notice. In part because of your outreach, you will see that there are many of us who are troubled by the sweeping overhaul of today's standards, much of which lack sufficient justification. And I would also comment that the images that we saw were not to scale. And so it's very deceiving when you see 400 square feet, which is less than 10% of a block, but the basement is actually presented as much larger. So it may appear like it's not a big change, or the hedges, for example, but it does seem to me that it would have been helpful to have some of those images beforehand. I'll get to that later. I also want to thank you for consulting structural engineers and geologists. The city study demonstrates that basements' impact on the water table are minimal, if any, and that the city already imposes stringent requirements in the shoring design to minimize the effect on adjacent properties. At the same time, basements provide families the flexibility to stay within the neighborhood while meeting their growing needs, and also have no impact on the appearance of the home and the neighborhood's character. I personally know 2 families who moved within West Hollywood West into homes with basements to meet their growing family's needs. Basements support family inclusivity. I hope that my partner and I are afforded a similar opportunity, and I respectfully ask you to accept alternative 2 and reject further restrictions on basements. Many of us who are opposed, and all of the organizers of Protect WeHo West, are on lots smaller than the proposed minimum lot area of 5,000 square feet. That is because in totality, these proposed standards have a disproportionate impact on us. As an example, the visibility triangle extends, and this is, again, going back to scale, half of our property. We're 40 feet wide. And when you add where the visibility triangle from the driver backing out extends, you got the setback, the 9 to 10 foot driveway, and then from where the driver's backing out, another 10 feet. That's half of our front yard. What was also not clearly stated was the fact that the extension was from 5 feet to 9 feet. When you take 9 feet, that is a much larger, more significant portion of our front yard that's being impacted. And our front yards are very small. And so I would respectfully ask that you exempt lots smaller than 5,000 feet from the new standards. I also want to, there also was a misrepresentation in the chart that was sent yesterday. It says front height hedges between 18 inches and 6 feet have to be limited to 28 inches in height. Or I'm sorry, it said, or there was language that was with exception or something to that effect. That was not shown in the image. That was also inconsistent with all the images shown prior. From the original to the proposed, in all the images shown prior to this date, the hedges were always shown in the front to be shorter than 6 feet. They were shown at 28 inches. So
Matt, your time is
I'm just very confused.
Thank you. Jonathan Feinstone?
Good evening. I'm Jonathan Feinstone, a homeowner on Rosewood for 18 years. In the 1920s, Mr. Sherman built this tract for low-paid railway workers. It was an undesirable neighborhood. In fact, it was redlined because of the low property values. But over decades, and because of what people have built here, it's become the opposite. It's one of the most desirable neighborhoods in the world with prices and values to match. People need more space to live in today, and technology that didn't exist in the 1920s now allows us to build safe, wonderful, sub-level living spaces and larger, more beautiful homes for our families. All of which, including the right to build those in the future, increases everyone's property values. In the 1920s, there weren't transients and criminals roaming around, and home invasions didn't even exist. But on April 3rd of this year, at our home, we were the target of a home invasion. A man armed with a crowbar hopped over our 2 short gates and violently attempted to make entry. The sheriff took 18 minutes to respond. 18 minutes. Solid hedges and solid gates at the front of our property would have made his entry considerably more difficult and us safer. To those that support this proposal, thank you for your love of the neighborhood. I truly appreciate your dedication to our special place. But it's time to get the government out of your business, taking your rights off your property, limiting your property rights, and reducing your home values. Don't let them seize the property below your home with this proposal. The city just allowed developers to build 8 new homes on Rosewood that are selling for $8 to $12 million each. They are on small lots and are tall, large, modern homes, 3,500 to 4,500 square feet. This proposal would say to hardworking families who face those new homes with the same lot size on the same street, no, you can't do the same with your property. You have less rights than we gave the developer. Your property is not as valuable as theirs. Rick said that the overlay was not created to protect property rights or resale values last night. 2 nights ago. What's more important than our rights and our assets and our nest eggs? This proposal will erase $1.2 billion in homeowner value from West Hollywood West over the next 20 years. That's over $1.3 million from each of us. One day, we residents will want to sell our properties or pass them on to our children. Do you think it's fair for the city to erase nearly $1.5 million from each of us? That's what this proposal does. It kills our property value. Reject this proposal completely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Next up, Ignacio Darnad. As you're making your way to the podium, I neglected to mention that public comment for everyone is 3 minutes.
I'm a resident of West Hollywood. Dear commissioners, first of all, happy holidays. I'm here to strongly support Alternative A, proposed by the staff, recommending that basements be prohibited until a West Hollywood specific study on their environmental impacts can be conducted. I want to share with you some of the significant issues that demand this study the staff is recommending. First, we have construction issues that arise from basements of any size. The staff report indicates that basements do have impacts off-site because of the excavation, etc., over a lengthy period of time. I can testify to that. I witnessed the disastrous impact of a 3-year construction of a basement on my neighborhood. This report mentions that shoring can attempt to minimize the impact, but it also warns that the implementation of the shoring carries extraordinary excavation problems. Then we have the environmental impact of basements. There is a reason why the Beverly Center and the Cedars-Sinai built their parking above ground. West Hollywood West sits next to La Ciénaga, which means, in Spanish, the swamp. We all benefit from living in an area with a high water table, from stable foundations to thriving 100-year-old trees. There are, however, dramatic consequences caused by basements in West Hollywood. The minute you do basements of any size, the watering happens in the whole city. This is very important, in the whole city, because we all sit on the same water table. There are dozens of articles about the disastrous impact of this issue. The engineering report supplied by staff confirms this openly. Lowering groundwater causes loss of soil buoyancy and equilibrium, adding that the soil within the dewatered area could settle, causing the adjacent structure to have a tendency to move towards the excavation. That sounds very scary to me. The report indication that dewatering is typically minor is completely inaccurate because it's based on general findings, as the report openly admits, not on West Hollywood's high water table. Also, its indication that the dewatering is temporary disregards how I saw rivers of groundwater contaminated from construction going down the drain into Ballona Creek and Santa Monica Bay on my street 24 hours a day for 3 years, or how the city has admitted to continually dewater 20-year-old sites. As a homeowner who's been forced to spend thousands of dollars replacing doors and windows because of a shifting foundation caused by dewatering, I can certainly say that anyone proposing basements has a myopic, penny-wise, pound-foolish view that doesn't reflect the entire situation. For a city as progressive as West Hollywood to look away from these issues and fail to protect the neighborhood property's value is unacceptable. But you don't have to trust our word. Simply, as the staff report suggests, proceed to do a West Hollywood engineering report on this issue. Any measures will be better received if they're supported by this data. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayumi Karabi, excuse me.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Mayumi Karabi, and I'm a resident and homeowner in West Hollywood West. I've already stated my opposition to the amendments during the October 6th meetings, but wanted to reemphasize them here briefly. My main concern is around the front yard fencing and hedging restrictions, as it takes away my rights to basic privacy and security. The proposal states fences, walls, and gates located within 6 feet of the right-of-way at each of the front corners and internal driveway corners shall not exceed 28 inches in height. My front yard is 30 feet on the sidewalk side, so 40% of that, assuming 6 feet on each side, would need to be no higher than 28 inches. And it is 20 feet long on the driveway side, so 30% of that would need to be impacted. Putting a 28-inch height restriction for up to 40% of my yard length essentially eliminates all privacy. And from my perspective, I would not consider that just a, quote, trimming of the corners. The change among many of the others in the proposal seem unfair to those of us in smaller lots. So at a minimum, we would like the city to consider an exemption for lot sizes under 5,000 square feet. Also, there's already a visibility triangle restriction in place. Where is the real data, not anecdotal or one-off, that this is not enough? We haven't seen objective and measurable evidence that a 28-inch limit on a 6 by 6 foot corner will reduce injury or death. Also, a majority of the properties would be out of compliance with the proposed standards. So if the rationale is truly safety, it creates a non-uniform safety standard. Is it okay for people to get hit by cars in front of some houses but not others? I'm certain that was not the intention. So I'm really confused about such a drastic change. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Darius Karabi?
My name is Darius Karabi. I live in WeHo West, and I oppose the overlay. I'm an organizer and part of Protect WeHo West, a grassroots movement, residents here that was formed to oppose the overlay. We are not developers. We live here. I don't know of any developers interested in this issue. These restrictions are going to be particularly burdensome on those of us who live on 42 and 4,000 square feet, below 4,000 square feet lots. One example is the ability for me to enjoy privacy in my front yard and open my living room and bedroom windows without everybody walking down the street and looking through them. Lots like mine are very small, and we have to make the most of the space that we have. The proposed resolution eliminates my family's ability to create a private front yard. There's already a driveway visibility triangle in the current overlay with specific objective dimensions, 5 feet back from the property line, 10 feet from the driver to the driveway side. On page 11 of the resolution, city staff changes these dimensions. Instead of 5 feet from the property line, it's expanded to 9 feet if you are backing out like most of us do with our vehicles. On page 12 and 13 of the resolution, there's a 28-inch height restriction imposed on hedging and fencing 6 feet deep into front yards. This isn't even bounded by the driveway corners if you read page 13. It's 6 feet deep into a property front yard. Where's the data supporting the visibility triangle change? There's only 20 feet between the property line and my home. So under the resolution, the first 6 feet can't be hedged or fenced for privacy. This annihilates the ability to hedge and fence for families like mine to enjoy a private front yard. The city staff raises a safety argument. But where is the data that the existing visibility triangle is failing? And look at the houses in WeHo West. Most are hedged or fenced in a way that violates these proposed rules. How could this represent the will of residents? For lots small like ours, 6 feet here, 6 feet there, and a small front yard really makes a big difference. City staff wants to take away normal property rights commonly enjoyed by people in our city, whether it's common building materials, hedging, or basements. The burden of proof needs to be on city staff to justify this. And it should be a high burden. They can't just take away our property rights and say it is for driveway safety without data and justification for why the existing standard is failing and why the new specification they are setting is now appropriate. I urge the Commission to reject this overlay, at the very least exempt small lots under 5,000 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Errol Sajdini?
Hi, my name is Errol Sajdini, and I've been a West Hollywood resident since the first day I moved to Los Angeles over 15 years ago. I've never moved zip codes because I love and care deeply about our city. We embrace diversity, progress, and change, among other threads that make up the vibrant fabric of our community and culture. I live with my partner in a 4,000 square foot lot in West Hollywood West, and he and I have very big dreams about having a family very soon. And we want to raise our children in the same vibrant, diverse, and progressive community that I came of age in, that I love so much. My voice is trembling because this is very important and personal to me, so I want to say that I oppose the restrictions on basements because I hope that one day basements would enable me and my partner to meet our future needs for our future family. A basement playroom, for example, is always what I envision for me and my children. And although I only have 3 minutes and not the time that the staff had on the floor, nor the beautiful presentation with the diagrams they put together, I would love to see their surveys because my neighbors who are here tonight, Darius and Mayumi, are not that worried or concerned whether my basement is under 400 square feet or not. I think that's the size of a closet anyways, and I already came out of one. Please don't put me back in one. I also want to oppose restrictions on hedges as well, because I think my children would deserve privacy as they play and grow in our yard. And on a 4,000 square foot lot, there isn't enough space in the back. Again, only 3 minutes, don't have the time that the staff was given on the floor, nor the beautiful presentation or the diagrams that express the concerns of the neighborhood, but I would be very curious to see, again, who they surveyed, because my neighbors who are here tonight, Jonathan and Mark, are not that worried or concerned about the size of my hedges. This is all to say that I oppose the revised standards of the West Hollywood West overlay because they quite simply and inevitably would push me and my partner out of the neighborhood that we love so much. And again, I love West Hollywood and I love my neighbors. I'm very passionate and deeply invested in the city. I know you guys are too, which is why we're all here tonight. So I want to thank you for listening, for caring, for considering, and for doing what you do to protect the future of my family.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bill Gilliland. I apologize. I don't know if it's Gilliland or Gilliland. Please correct me when you come to the podium.
You got the pronunciation right. Sorry for my voice. I'm a little under the weather. Thank you for the time. As an architect and homeowner, not a developer, I've resided in the subject area at the same address since 2002. I'm opposed to the zone text amendment in its entirety as drafted. The proposed changes would adversely impact private property ownership rights and diminish property value. The changes are both broad in scope and granular in detail. These apparently may not reflect a plurality view of the approximately 600 homeowners within the area. From a process perspective, ongoing checks and balances have been a bit of a challenge given the appearance of government overreach. I will support adoption if exemption for substandard lots is allowed with grandfathering of all conditions on such existing properties. Given the 3-minute time limit, please see my annotation with commentary to the document found in today's public record. In part reference, basement size. This is a taking of property value from an existing entitlement. Anything other than a full basement also poses an engineering challenge in foundation design. With varied foundation depths, addressing differential settlement is a significant engineering challenge. The proposed 9-foot dimension vertical from adjacent grade to the finished floor would likely result in a less than 8-foot ceiling height in a basement. Driveway placement and visibility consideration. These constraints would radically impact configuration of an enclosed and secure fenced front yard and building width. This is due to the effective additional setback imposed by the driveway placement and visibility dimensions. There's an exhibit in my comments in the public record. Exterior building materials. Except for redwood, none of the items prohibited from use should be of concern from maintenance or lifespan standpoints. Reminded of projects around the neighborhood that would not meet these prescriptive material requirements are numerous. Former neighbor, architect Clyde Wilkinson House would not be approved as it's finished entirely in Portland cement plaster. Similarly, the Resnick property on the Rosewood traffic circle. The use of cementitious panels, pre-finished and naturally oxidizing metals on the modernist Rosewood townhomes behind 8899 Beverly would not meet approval. Add to the list the 100-year-old Schindler House with its use of exposed redwood, and anything that, say, Frank Gehry might conjure, one can see the challenge to meet the proposed exterior material requirements as written. Neighborhood housing gentrification occurs in established communities around the world and over generations. It's not inherently a bad thing. Private property owners want to make high-quality, long-term investments in the community they call home. In closing, I respectfully request that the Planning Commission members review my annotations provided in the public record before considering any action on this matter. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Carrie Stitchway.
Hi, thank you for tonight, everyone being here. I am a WeHo resident. Bill and I have a 4-year-old daughter, and I've been in WeHo West now for 7 years and Bill for 20. In the last 4 years, we love the community. We love the new community center here, the library. Our daughter is very involved here. We want to stay in West Hollywood. This new basement rule, lack of security affects our family, affects our daughter. There are a lot of families that are in this neighborhood now. We want to stay. We cannot build on a 4,000 square foot lot something that our family needs. We have a 1,000 square foot house without this basement. We need to have security for our daughter, for our family, for her to play in our tiny front yard. This affecting property values also affects tax revenues that go to the schools. I am very emotional right now because the last 3 years we've been fighting to get into a school where we can be central in West Hollywood. We made our plans and now we can't stay if this goes through. So please, please consider the families and those that want to grow families for this when you're considering this plan.
Thank you. Jonathan Zager?
Good evening. I've been an 18-year resident of West Hollywood West. We love West Hollywood West. We moved here for the unique nature of the neighborhood. We've raised 2 children right here. Choosing to live on a 4,000 square foot lot is a compromise, especially when you have a young family. We decided to do so because of the hedges and the privacy we could have on such a small space. With 2 kids, we use about just every ounce of square footage of our lot. The hedges provide important privacy. It essentially gives us an additional room. We use that room even in the front for dinners often. We love the privacy it could create. This was especially important during the long lockdown where every ounce of space was put to use. We could see people outside and use that space. We don't know what we would have done without it. The hedges and structures also provide very important security. I don't know how many of you realize, but we had 2 big break-ins over this past weekend. Instead of our car, it could have been our home that was broken into. It was our car. They caught some of the perpetrators. That's a whole other story. But the security of the hedges is very, very important. Home invasions are scary. We had one 10 years ago here. In terms of the visibility triangle, the proposals are not clear if the existing landscaping and structures are grandfathered. It was sort of not very clear in until you guys described it tonight. What type of remodel triggers the new compliance? Many houses and hedgings were not designed or anticipated with such burdensome restrictions. It could potentially cause a financially burdensome renovation of the landscaping. The grandfathered status needs to be specifically delineated and what could trigger any new rules with these proposals. In addition, with such small lots on our corner of West Hollywood, there simply is not enough room to properly and comfortably meet the design restrictions for many of the reasons that were reiterated and spoken tonight by my neighbors. While walking the neighborhood with our dogs, we notice house after house that would theoretically not be compliant if built today. You essentially could be asking a very large portion of the entire neighborhood to change. It does not seem right or fair when such a large portion of homes don't reflect these standards. It doesn't seem as though these standards are reflecting our desires as homeowners in West Hollywood West. We respectfully ask that you specifically delineate and grandfather all existing landscaping and homes as they currently stand. We also ask that you exempt all substandard 4,000 square foot lots from these burdensome and onerous restrictions. These rules could ruin the charm of our smaller lots. We ask that you exclude them from all these overlays. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Jacobson?
Good evening. West Hollywood homeowner for 20 plus years. I'm here to support staff recommendation A, placing a moratorium on basements until a neighborhood-specific study of the impacts of dewatering are conducted. Among other things, groundwater keeps our ground stable. Groundwater removal from California to Florida has been indisputably proven to have created hundreds of millions of dollars in damage to buildings, infrastructure, sidewalks, roads, sinkholes, water main breaks, and many other types of damage. In residential areas, cracking in homes was a precursor for structural damage. Because of this, in 2014, California passed the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act to protect groundwater, which West Hollywood, with its high water table, chooses to ignore. As a homeowner in WeHo West for over 20 years, my troubles began in 2016 with the construction of a basement requiring dewatering over a block away from my home, starting with a tree that died in my front yard, which an arborist found was due to a lowered water table. I also began getting cracks in my home, and as my home got more cracks, I had my foundation checked, which was found to be solid, and the water in my small pool began to tilt, so to speak, over an inch, indicating my pool itself had shifted. As with the swimming pool, if you remove water from one area of an aquifer, the entire aquifer's water level drops. Any dewatering, no matter how large or small a basement, will affect our entire aquifer and everything that sits upon it. I have no basements or underground parking lots immediately around me, yet the cracking in my home has increased twofold with the boom in underground construction and its continual unregulated dewatering. I now have at least 19 large cracks in my home, the largest of which is 8 feet long. I've had to replace doors and windows whose frames became askew to the tune of nearly 6 figures, with more having to be replaced next week. The city and California State Water Board have maps of our aquifer, and the city must do proper geological, hydrological studies on the environmental impacts of these basements. Dewatering, how it affects our aquifer, displacement of groundwater, and differential settlement on our entire neighborhood. A moratorium urgently needs to be placed on all dewatering construction of any size until you find ways to stop damaging my home and the entire neighborhood. My neighbors are all cracking, their homes are cracking too. It will be much cheaper for the city to do these studies than to pay for the damage caused by the city's negligence. With climate change and a water crisis, the days of blindly throwing away groundwater have passed, for there's absolute proof there are serious damaging consequences associated with dewatering. WeHo is depleting our groundwater with no strategy to replenish it, yet boasts of their environmentally responsible plans. If that's truly the case, a moratorium must be placed until these studies have been conducted. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick Fogarty.
So firstly, I'd like to thank you guys for having this hearing. I own a home on Dorrington Avenue, and I oppose the proposed changes to the overlay. So the proposed changes to fence and hedge heights create concerns for security and privacy. Therefore, I support the staff recommendation that there be no change to the existing height limit. I'd also ask that, like many other people said, most of the lots are under 5,000 feet. So I'd ask that these be exempt from the proposed design changes too. And with regard to the basements, I'm also against limiting the basement sizes and ask that the Planning Commission adopt alternative number 2. And I was just going to say also, the fence and hedge heights, I concur with what the other people said, that these create concerns for our security and privacy, so just no changes to those. Thank you.
Thank you. Musetta Celentano.
Good evening. I'm Musetta Celentano. I am a longtime resident and homeowner of West Hollywood West. I've lived here for over 30 years. I've seen this town, the city, blossom from something small to something magnificent, and I love all the changes that happen in West Hollywood West. However, I am opposed to the new changes recommended here because, first of all, for the security and safety of the properties. I'm on a 4,000 square foot lot, and this would really cut into the front yard. There'd be no front yard left. But more than that, the safety and security is a very big issue. 2 nights ago, I had a homeless guy passed out on my driveway right by the walkway, so I couldn't even leave my property. And if I didn't have a hedge around my property with security, a 28-foot high wall, anybody could climb over the fence and go into my home. This is a big safety concern for the homeowners in this neighborhood. We have had hedges there for a long time for our own privacy and security in particular, because the homelessness and the crime has really increased in our neighborhood, unfortunately. So I oppose all these changes that are being recommended. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate being heard.
Thank you. Ellen Lerner?
Hello. I'm Ellen Lerner. My husband and I and our son have lived in West Hollywood since 1984, and we built our home in West Hollywood West in 1990. I wish to address two issues. One, why I'm in favor of the proposed changes to the overlay zone, and two, the shortcomings of the effort. To those of you who are objecting, I am not in full agreement with the proposed changes to the standards. However, I am fully in approval of the process undertaken by Rick Abramson and consulting professionals. Their approach included 3 public meetings, as you know, over several years, and those who feel that they have not had a voice in the process need to know that the voices of many have been heard by a group of professionals committed to listening and to being inclusive. I believe in learning from history and becoming informed, especially when you move into a new community as we did in 1984. Newer residents to West Hollywood West may possibly be uninformed about what has already been discovered about the needs for privacy, security, safety, and creative design. When West Hollywood was incorporated as a city in 1984, quality development practices were promoted. Because we have a 2-story height limit, as you've already heard, there are new homes on Rosewood Avenue instead of high-rise condos like there are on North Doheny. The overlay district standards were first adopted 8 years ago. Our own remodel of our own designed home 6 years ago was impacted. But I fully understand that the current proposed changes are a continuation of a long-standing and ongoing citizen effort to ensure a livable neighborhood for everyone. I also believe in the greater good, the value of the greater good, which translates to a believing that carefully devised policies are put in place to help everyone in a community. The degree to which any restrictions presented by the current or proposed overlay zones might affect a property owner's retirement assets, as has been noted and broadcasted, that is a message that is both absurd and misleading. To those of you who are deciding, what is the point of any restrictions without enforcement? Many property owners seek to make changes to their property with little or no understanding of existing regulations, even though they sign documents to that effect when they purchase their property. We need to find ways to educate residents, and we need to pay greater attention to bring about change in the area of code enforcement. Our city currently relies on residents to report violations. In other words, to turn in our neighbors. How can any of you do your job, and how can we as residents build community when the city counts on residents to not trust their neighbors? The city must explore, and I encourage you as the Planning Commission to also explore ways to fundamentally change this practice and designate funding for those changes. And all caring and concerned West Hollywood residents should turn their attention to this critical and very, very important issue in order to preserve West Hollywood as the special place, I'm quoting, the special place it truly is. Thank you so much.
Beverly Denenberg, to be followed by Stuart Denenberg.
Good evening, Commissioners. I feel very fortunate to live in West Hollywood West, a very small and very intimate and very, we are neighbors who know each other for a long time. We have been very respectful of our neighbors and of the architectural environment in which we live and care about. I find these new this is a very restrictive and unprecedented kind of ruling that is being imposed on our neighborhood. And I think we need to really consider the history of this area. We cannot have building restrictions put on buildings that exist for the good of the neighborhood. We have a lot of other problems to deal with, but architecturally, there have not been problems existing, and it's really unfounded, and we really oppose a lot of the restrictions that you would like to implement. You cannot build these small basements without architectural consideration. The water tables need to be engineered. We have put in, there have been, a lot of that has been addressed, but we have to have good architecture and good engineering, good oversight to what's going in. But this is overly restrictive, and the neighbors, that I agree with a lot of what's been said here. It will affect property values, and it will drive neighbors out of West Hollywood West.
Good evening, Stuart Denenberg, a 20-year resident of West Hollywood. I'm a little confused by some of the push and pull and back and forth of all of these issues. The idea of, I want to compliment Rick Abramson for his measured and calm and elegant articulation, and I want to thank the Commission for holding these hearings. Curiously, the effort to make driveways visible and safer is a noble effort, good one. I endorse it. I think those various alternatives are intelligent and well-founded. However, I must tell you that our 28-inch wall on San Vicente Boulevard has suffered 2 collisions by trucks and cars over the past 20 years. We've asked over the past number of years that the city put in a stoplight or a stop sign or some kind of mitigation for the traffic that was speeding down San Vicente from Melrose to Beverly. Hasn't happened. The issue of basements, I have to say that I take some exception to Mr. Arnaud's very knowledgeable presentation and Mr. Jacobson's endorsement of it. But I think they may be anecdotal. Our front driveway is rising 2-3 inches now, and there are no excavations nearby. There's nothing causing it that we can see. My mother-in-law, my late mother-in-law, just passed away, sorry to say, 95, had a long experience of Los Angeles and said, everything moves. So I just don't think that the water table, and I know that when there was a large hotel or condominium structure proposed next door to us on the Cedars-Sinai triangular lot, much soil engineering was done. Mitigation, I mean, it's not rocket science, it is many trades, but it's not rocket science. You can defend yourself against water intrusion. And I suspect that this is a bit of overreach on the part of people who have a hammer. Everybody's a nail. You've got the power to do something, and you're doing something that maybe not quite, doesn't quite fit the mold of the West Hollywood populace. We like the hedges, we like them for privacy. I have a private art gallery in my building, and I don't want that kind of visibility, unusual for a business, but we are a private gallery. One last word, I want to just say a word of sorrow that one of the historic planning commissioners, Edward Levin, passed away 2 weeks ago. The funeral's tomorrow, and we'll be speaking at it. I just wanted to mention his name in the context of this meeting. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Daniel Burchire, followed by Joel Ring.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Banchik. I apologize for my handwriting.
I am a 22-year resident of West Hollywood West. I am a residential realtor. However, this evening I'm speaking from a resident's perspective and not from a business perspective. I'm strongly opposed to the proposed revisions of the West Hollywood West Neighborhood Overlay District. The existing design guidelines have achieved the goals for which they were created, to stop the proliferation of the big box homes. The new construction that has occurred since the guidelines have taken effect has been unique and creative, representative of what West Hollywood is. The proposed revisions are a gross overreach of the original intent. They are creating restrictions to property rights, unnecessary and contrary to what many of us cherish about West Hollywood, the right to individual expression. We do not live in a master plan community, nor do we want to live in one. While I may personally have feelings about what is prettier or nicer than another, who am I to say that my opinions are the right ones? These proposed revisions are putting the wants and opinions of some to become the rule of law for all. If the Commission and the City are to deem some of the proposed items to be issues of public safety or environmental impact, they need to be considered as revisions to the current building code for the entire city and not just for our one little neighborhood. The proposal to limit basements to 400 square feet is merely an arbitrary number. The argument that larger basements create larger construction time and are a burden to the neighborhood is another contradictory argument. If our concern was wanting to limit construction time, we would have been allowing these big box homes that can go up so quickly, for which the design overlay was originally created to stop. The proposal limiting the floor area ratio to a maximum of 2,500 square feet for lots of 5,000 square feet and larger is another arbitrary number and an unfair restriction to those on larger lots. Combining lots is very uncommon in the neighborhood, and those that have done it are owner users and not developers. If there's concern about significantly larger homes being built on combined lots, this can be created by creating a sliding scale of floor area ratio based on the lot sizes above the existing original lots. Proposing the limitations less than the 0.5 FAR standard on existing lots and homeowners is a gross infringement on property rights. When the neighborhood was originally built, it was predominantly small 2 or 3 bedroom and 1 bathroom homes. Times change and people's needs change, and this has been reflected in the neighborhood. In the 22 years we've been in the neighborhood, we've seen significant change for the better, both in the homes and in the commercial options surrounding us. I hope the Commission and the City will recognize this proposal as an overreach and unnecessary. Thank you for your time.
Is Joel Ring still here?
Joel had to step out.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll come back to Mr. Ring. Kieran McKiernan, followed by Kim Winnick.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thanks for having this meeting. I'm trying to count, a resident for over 25 years in West Hollywood, 14 or more in West Hollywood West. I'm a property owner. I'm a real estate broker. I'm an engineer. I'm a licensed general engineering contractor, and I'm a builder. I've built 3 or 4 homes in this neighborhood, and I planned on doing a remodel to my home, but coming here tonight realizing I can't, and the remodel was going to include an ADU with a part of the basement was going to be part of the design and the space I needed to bring in my in-laws, but now I'm not going to be able to do that if you restrict it to 400 square feet. And there's been a lot of misuse of terms as far as groundwater and aquifer. They're 2 different things, and as a lot of the prior speakers have said, engineering can be, things can be engineered to protect the neighbor's property. There will be instances where there's people who run out of money or they don't do something right and they will affect their neighbors. That happens just with regular construction, above ground construction or whatever. I'm confused, Commissioner Matos, you brought up what actually, I understand, I don't understand what triggers these new requirements. Is new windows going to require it? If someone wants to change out a door, patio door or something like that, that's construction, that requires a permit. Are they gonna have to trim their hedges? 8 years ago, I went through this whole process, very involved with I forget the woman who was the head of the city at the time in the Planning Commission, and we went back and forth, and they were talking about, oh, the perception of privacy and they wanted to put screens up on balconies without having even spoken with the fire department and realizing they were cutting off a point of egress. Since that changed, there was a lot of changes made. Where's the evidence how many people have been injured? The triangle's in there. That was a good thing to increase visibility. I didn't even do a remodel on my property. I put it like that to begin with. I put my hedges in like that. And they were at 5 feet. Now you're saying it's 6 feet, so I gotta rip out mature hedges now? I'm gonna have to rip out mature hedges because arbitrarily you're moving it back. What evidence, how many people have been hit? And as far as the basements, I'm gonna run out of time. As far as the basements, we have to, we're living we have to put deepened footings for a regular remodel. You're going down 5, 6 feet as it is, just for a regular remodel. And you'd have to put it's easier just to put a perimeter boat foundation and go down underneath your house if you're gonna put in a basement. And as far as the 9 feet, please pay attention to the architect, Bill. I think his name was Bill. He's got great points about finishes, designs by Schindler, Frank Gehry, who I've worked with. You wouldn't get any of that stuff in here with some of these materials that you're restricting now on this stuff. So please, it is a taking of our property.
Thank you, sir. Kim Winnick, followed by Ryan Newman.
It's nice to see you all again. Thank you. I'm Kimberly Winnick. I live on Huntley Drive. I've lived on Huntley Drive since 1985. I bought my house on Huntley Drive in 1989. A number of the people here live in smaller lots, but I was surprised at the October 6th meeting to hear staff say that nobody was really losing the right to build because lots are really just 5,000 square feet and less. That's actually not true. There are about 575 residential lots in West Hollywood West. Of those lots, somewhere around 250 are more than 5,000 square feet. So when and every RB1 lot in the entire city of West Hollywood is allowed to build to 0.5 FAR. So what you've done is you're looking at, what staff is looking at doing is saying there are about 250 lots that are now going to be substandard out of all of the lots in all of West Hollywood and the 575 or so lots in West Hollywood West, all of which are allowed to build to 0.5 FAR. The ones over 5,000 square feet aren't going to be allowed to do that. They're going to be substandard lots just because we don't want them building a 2,600 square foot house, a 2,800 square foot house. And it's not just a question of what my house is going to be worth when I go to sell it. I've got 2 neighbors on Huntley Drive who were on large lots like mine. Mine is 6,000 square feet. Who were in smallish houses, and they had more children. They built their houses out to make room for their families. On my house, I bought it when I was 30 years old. I'm 64 now and I don't have children, but I might have had children. And if I had, I would have gone up a story. And I would have had about a 2,800 square foot house. Would not have changed the footprint of the house. It wouldn't have changed anything except it would have gone up a story. I've been here long enough to have been involved in the first go-round on the overlay. We were all in shock because people were building second stories, and they weren't doing it well. And the point of the overlay was to try to get some consistency and prevent huge overgrowth. Rather than just building to 0.5, people were building huge balconies. As soon as they were done, they enclosed them. So they wound up with 4,000 square feet enclosed when they should have only had 3,000 square feet, for example. It was meant to prevent some really ugly stuff. But things have gotten better. The designs have gotten better. People have gotten more consistent about landscaping. And this was never meant to be a way to take away a fundamental property right, like how much a house you can build on your property. If it's 0.5 everywhere in West Hollywood, it should be 0.5 everywhere in West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Newman, followed by Joel Ring.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Neiman. I'm a 4-year resident of West Hollywood. I'm here to speak in opposition of the West Hollywood West neighborhood overlay. It's already challenging enough to build housing in our city, and I believe this ordinance is overly burdensome for the average owner-builder to comply with the recommended design standards. Making it more difficult for owner-builders means that more of the homes being built will be by spec developers, as those builders are more sophisticated and will be the only ones able to comply with the complex engineering standards. This will detract from the diverse character of our neighborhood and the diversity of the people living in our city. As I look at my future in the city of West Hollywood, I would like to spend more chapters of my life in this neighborhood. My wife and I have a beautiful husky. Maybe you've seen us walking in the neighborhood. We've just welcomed our first child, a precious baby girl. Security is a major concern of ours, and any measure to reduce the security of our homes puts my family in danger. And that's not something I'm willing to sit by and watch. We will move before our safety is compromised. Furthermore, we plan to grow our family and have more kids. In the future, I'd love to find a home with more square footage and be creative about the types of spaces that we occupy. A basement is a wonderful way to increase home sizes and usable square footage that has no impact to our neighbors or access to light and air for the community. There shouldn't be the types of restrictions that are recommended here. If we can't grow our family in this neighborhood, we will have to move, which would break mine and my wife's heart. Thank you for the dedication to this city and for listening to the residents of our community. I hope you understand our concerns and help to protect the specialness of West Hollywood.
Thank you. Has Mr. Ring returned?
He's departed.
I'm sorry?
No, he has departed.
Okay. Is there anyone on Zoom, Mr. Gillig?
We have no one else in chambers. At this time, we can turn it over to the Zoom platform. If there's anybody on the platform that would like to speak, please star 9 for me if you're calling in, or use the raise hand feature on the actual platform, and I'll turn it over to Danny.
Thank you. We'll start with the persons who notified us earlier today that they would be speaking in the order that they notified us. First speaker up is Joel Becker.
Hello. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I'd like to start by saying that I wanted to remind everybody about the history of why this whole overlay zone occurred. And I think people have addressed that, which was it was to address the big box problem that we had. And I think that the idea of that was to help us to maintain the quality of the neighborhood and actually the nature of the neighborhood. And I am concerned that by increasing the size of houses, that is not doing what we would hope to do. I really, in listening, also feel like I've actually shifted and learned something. And I think one of the issues here is perhaps that the staff did, in fact, apply guidelines too broadly without enough consideration for individual differences, like 4,000 square foot lots, like lots that have small frontage and how much of that needs to be for the triangle. So although I think it's going to be a lot more work for them to come up with more individualized criteria, I think perhaps that's necessary. In terms of the issue of basements, it is hard for me to believe that people can think that there's no environmental damage to the basements. As a person who lived next door to 2 houses that were done, I also have cracks. I watched water down the street for months at a time. And one of the problems in the engineering studies that I'd ask you to address is the engineering studies are done by a specific site. What happens if you have 5 houses in a row that all want to do 10,000 square basements? Are we still going to assess it based on the effect of that site? Or can we understand that there's a multiplication effect here? So I really question the environmental studies that are done on single sites. So in any way, I think that also when it comes to protecting the neighborhood for family values, I don't think there's anything more valuable than protecting the environment so that our neighborhood continues to exist. So I think that fighting climate change, dealing with things related to climate change is a family value. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope you take all considerations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Patrick Shendrick. Patrick Shendrick. I believe we've lost Patrick. Next is Leslie Carlos.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, Chair Jones and Commissioners. I'm Leslie Carlos, a resident of West Hollywood West. I appreciate the city's attention to West Hollywood West and its goal of protecting the scale and unique character of our neighborhood. I also appreciate the city's neighborhood outreach. My concern, however, is with the driveway visibility triangle, the enforcement of which should expressly apply only to new construction. All existing properties should be grandfathered in. Although there may be existing standards, to date, the planning department seems to have approved every non-conforming driveway wall, gate, or fence. We bought our 4,000 square foot property in 2011 after a front deck, a driveway pedestrian gate, and driveway vehicle gate had been designed, permitted, built, and approved by the city without a visibility triangle. Newer homes have similarly been approved and built with no visibility triangles. To now require residents who were unaware of this requirement and relied on the city's approval to incur the expense of remedial measures is manifestly unfair. In most cases, it's not as simple as trimming or notching a hedge, as some have said, especially on smaller lots with a narrow frontage. Driveway fences, walls, and gates have to be meticulously designed, sometimes to take into account 2 homes on a single lot. To remove these elements and design and rebuild to accommodate a visibility triangle would be an exorbitant and unfair expense after the city already approved them. In closing, I would say I appreciate the safety concerns, and I'm hopeful that with most cars now having wide-angle rear-view cameras that allow the driver to see the sidewalk on both sides of the driveway, these concerns might be mitigated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Doug Bernard.
Yes, hello. I'd like to do a sound check first.
We hear you.
Yes, and thank you for having this hearing. My husband and I moved into to West Hollywood West on Rosewood Avenue 27 years ago. And moved in because we love the area. As a systems engineer and a chief engineer in aerospace, I've had quite a bit of experience working with requirements. So after my comments, I will have some recommendations for you. Going back to the 2014 original design guidelines, let's remember what that was about. That was about preserving the character of the neighborhood. And it was developed with consensus in the neighborhood. There were discussions, some disagreements, but there was a lot of consensus. And I have no objection to language that updates consistent with the original intent from 2014. However, the new proposed regulations has many topics, over 70 requirements, and many are actually repudiating the character of West Hollywood West. If we all moved here and love this neighborhood, why are we proposing and considering so many requirements that repudiate our current character? In fact, if you want to know what people think in West Hollywood, walk the neighborhood or drive it or bike it and look at what people have chosen to put in their houses. What's being proposed here would make almost all of those, not almost all of those, many of those non-conforming. That's very surprising to me that we would consider doing that. Most importantly, some of the topics should be citywide, not just limited to West Hollywood West. If some of these issues are about safety, if some are about the environment or about basement use, well, how are those West Hollywood West issues? If those are important for the city, let's do it, but let's do it citywide. Let's limit this proposal to items that are associated with design guidelines for West Hollywood. With regards to hedges, one consideration that I'd like you to also consider, hedges are there, in my opinion, mostly for privacy, and especially if you look at the residences that face commercial, most of them have hedges. And would you really begrudge the people who live across from commercial having a hedge between them so they can use their front yard, as an earlier speaker said, as another room? Please don't do that to us. The request is, if commissioners think these are good ideas, apply them to your neighborhood too, not just West Hollywood West. And the recommendation is to split the proposal into two pieces: design guidelines for West Hollywood West and everything else citywide. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next we have Felipe Fenif.
Hey there. Yep, it's Philippe Faneuf. My husband and I have been have owned a home in West Hollywood West for the last 6 years. We're fortunate to be new parents of a baby boy who's just over 2 months old. And my mom lives in our house in West Hollywood West. And our plan on Rosewood, our plan has always been, and she's older, that we would make the necessary expansion so that we could take care of her and take care of our growing family. That's the future, by the way. That's where the world's going. We have a generation of older people who we're going to have to take care of. We don't want to put my mom, and I'm sure a lot of people don't want to put their parents in a nursing home. I'm from a generation that's squeezed between two generations that we've got to take care of: our parents and our children. And we're in a state that's in the middle of a housing crisis. There is not enough housing for folks. So what we should be incentivizing, if we're a progressive community, is the ability for people to be able to take care of their families, not to squeeze us out of our neighborhood. To get really specific about just some of the guidelines, and I'm just learning about this, I can't get as technical as some of the other speakers, but our house on Rosewood is on a corner. I'm pretty sure from what I'm hearing, the side yard that's enclosed right now would be impossible to have. There'd be no yard, and there'd be no ability to take care of our family, so we would have to move. I just don't think it's a progressive agenda, and that is what West Hollywood is about. That is what community is about. So I respectfully hope that we stay true to those values, and I really want to thank everybody who's come out to speak about this. One last point, our lot is more than, I don't know if we were talking about a 4,000 or a 5,000 foot threshold. I think, as one speaker said, kind of drawing the line, you know, some other number is entirely arbitrary. So I hope that we rethink this and really object to this, this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have JL, and please state your name and city of residence.
This is Jana. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I echo 100% what Philippe just said. Our family's in a similar boat, older parents, kids. I'm not sure, I know Jay Becker talked about the environmental impact, and I'm not sure how it's not six in a dozen, half in another. If you have to have a whole nother home for your parents versus sharing a home in relatively smaller quarters, sharing electricity, et cetera, et cetera. So to me, the environmental impact seems much less keeping families together in one home, which I'm also disturbed that we've had so many discussions over the overlay, repeated and repeated over the years. I do want to mention also regarding the engineering impact of cracks in the home, et cetera. You know, we had an entire storm drain go 20 feet down into the ground running along Rosewood, and everybody's houses aren't falling apart from that. I know, I trust that the city of West Hollywood can enforce proper engineering ordinances to support people who are building lower. It's not reaching new heights in engineering. It's quite common across Los Angeles, and I don't think we can be so feeble and afraid of simple engineering tactics. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. I see no more indication of speakers on this item. I'll return it to David.
And we have no more in chambers. That concludes the public comment.
Thank you. Again, we are now closing the public testimony portion of the hearing. And if my colleagues are amenable, I would like to propose a 3-minute break before we go into deliberation.
I would second that proposal, Chair.
Okay. I would like to remind commissioners to please do not speak on this item during this 3 minutes. And to the public, we're going to take a 3-minute break that gives everyone a chance to stretch their legs, and we'll be back in 3 minutes. If we could have everyone start to take their seats. Thank you.
By the way, I love the fact the barriers are gone. Well, I can hear people better. Yeah, it's really hard.
If we could have everyone start to take their seats, we're going to begin as soon as Commissioner Lombardi makes his way. Thank you all so much for indulging us in that short break. As stated prior to the break, we have now closed the public testimony portion of the hearing. We will now move into deliberation and discussion by the commission, which will include further questions to staff. Is there anyone who would like to begin?
I'll start.
Commissioner Gregoire.
So I generally support staff's recommendation to us tonight, but I have one big exception: basements. I think 400 square feet is too small. I did express concern at the last meeting about dewatering and the impact in the community on dewatering and a lot of excavations, but my concerns are mostly limited to commercial developments. I'm just not convinced that that is such a big concern that we need to limit the size of basements to 400 square feet. My sense is that that's a small space, and I just don't see any justification and limiting the property owners to having that small a basement. I see alternative 2 was to not limit it other than to the being within the setbacks. Well, I don't know if it needs to be that big either. I wanted to float for the commission whether we should, instead of 400 square feet, propose the footprint of the structure. It seems to me that's a good compromise between an unlimited size basement and a 400 square feet basement. There is value to a basement to these homeowners, and it just seems to me, and I believe there's minimal to no impact on the neighborhood. So I just don't, I would hate to see that limitation go forward to City Council, but I'm definitely open to hearing all of your ideas about it. If there is majority support on the commission, I would support altering staff's recommendation to say that basements can be limited only to the size of the footprint of the building.
Commissioner Matos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this has been an interesting item because we've seen this before the commission once before on October 6th. And I'm just going to restate my position on some of the items. When we're drafting policy, we should be informed with data, with significant findings. And it was my understanding when we left the prior commission meeting that this body still had a lot of questions in regards to the data and significant findings around why would we limit a basement to 400 square feet. There were arguments presented that basements should be entirely eliminated, and there were arguments that were presented that basements should be limited to 400 square feet. But what was missing was a data point or significant finding that would back up any type of policy change in that matter. When we look at Exhibit B in the staff report, if you read the letter and read the last paragraph, it says, and I quote, "It is noted that the answers to the above questions are general in nature and were formulated with residential home basement excavations adjacent to residential homes in mind. The responses should not be assumed to apply to every possible scenario. Every project must be evaluated based on its own specific conditions by the design professional of record." What that says to me is that the information that I needed to be comfortable with to move any recommendation forward is not here. It's not presented. So I do have concerns about moving some of this forward. The other thing that I think that we should consider is the purpose of the West Hollywood West Overlay District, the overlay zone. If you look at our own municipal code, it says that the overlay district is to protect desirable qualities and characteristics of the neighborhood valued by current residents and property owners. We've heard numerous concerns from residents and property owners about the contents of the overlay district. There's a lot of concerns that were raised by members of this body in the last meeting. And in my opinion, there's a lot of unanswered questions as well about some of the conditions. So on this issue, it's tough because I think that there's still a lot more work to be done in the community. This is a community issue, and that is my concern with moving this forward to council. I don't think the goose is cooked. So I'll leave it at that and leave the rest to be discussed by members of my colleagues.
Commissioner Caballero.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to take a broader approach to this conversation because I think this is something that our entire city, West Hollywood, Los Angeles, LA County is dealing with. It's like, what point in a neighborhood's development do you use as a standard for the quality of the neighborhood? And it was interesting that you said that that guideline says it's the current inhabitants of the neighborhood that can dictate the overlay. And I'm just thinking of areas like Hancock Park, which have the same homeless issues, have the same crime issues, and the overlay zone there is so restrictive. They can't enclose any of their front yard, and that never happens. And I've seen, and I've been to those hearings, and it gets really difficult when you start discussing and trying to balance neighborhood character with safety issues and people's perception of safety issues. And as we've heard tonight, everybody has a different perception of what is safe. Some are more privacy driven, and all of them are, crime driven. I also want to address something that one of the speakers said, and I went back to our staff report, and I just want to clarify about the FAR, and staff, please correct me if I'm reading this incorrectly, but in the previous October hearing, staff recommendations focused on a total floor area of 2,000 square feet for lots of 4,000 square feet or less. So according to our current FAR, which is 0.5, a lot that's less than 4,000 square feet wouldn't be allowed to have a 2,000 square foot development. And we're allowing that. So there's that, which was misstated, I think, by one of the speakers. And then this recommendation is in alignment with the current 0.5 FAR standard and I'm more generous for properties less than 4,000 square feet. For properties greater than 4,000 square feet, staff recommends a maximum dwelling floor area of 2,500 square feet. And at the beginning of the staff presentation, staff clarified that you can have 2 homes of 2,500 square feet if your property is 5,000 square feet or more. And you can still add ADUs, and you can still add JDUs, and you can still have the density that you want to achieve on your property. We're not limiting the ability to increase your home. This overlay doesn't dictate height, that's already prescribed. It doesn't dictate setbacks, that's already prescribed. We're dealing with something very specific. So I just wanted to clarify that. The basement issue, I'm seeing both sides of, I understand both sides of the argument. I don't necessarily believe that having a full basement altogether gives you better property value. You can charge per square foot, and that increases your price. But in my experience, and maybe real estate agents here can confirm or deny this, but the quality or the value of a home isn't always dictated by square footage. A house has character. A house has qualities that can sometimes drive prices higher than a home that has smaller or has larger square footage. So that value thing I'm not so on board with, But given what's presented, I'm in favor of going with alternative 1 on this one and just having a further, more comprehensive study on what that actual number should be. And then for the hedges, that one's really tough, because, one of the comments I think was that we should grandfather lots that are under 5 or 4,000 square feet. And we can't grandfather non-conforming items, because then that's kind of like we're allowing the residents to break the law. Those codes are there for a reason. So to grandfather all those properties in means that we have to grandfather all those non-conforming items, and that goes back to my original comment about if we build a new house and it conforms with a 28-inch hedge in the front and the house next door is existing with a 12-foot hedge, how do we resolve that view corridor? And I don't have an answer for that, but this is the one that I keep getting tripped up on. And I mean, in my mind, I truly understand where staff is coming from, and I hear where the public's coming from in terms of privacy and safety and the perceived idea of safety, the ability to use your front yard as a play area, as an extension of your home, where if you had a 28-inch hedge, you might not feel comfortable having your toddler out there. You'd likely be out there, but you would have to, it wouldn't be the same sense of security. So that for me is my biggest tripping point. And again, that's where I stand.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other thoughts? Commissioner Copeland? Oh, Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you. Just a few items. I'll try to keep this brief. I guess I'll start with the discussion on hedges. So I think this is a very tricky subject, as we're hearing from all the community. It seems to me that there have been standards, and the new standards are maybe a little bit more prescriptive, and that's causing a little bit of unease, especially looking at what maybe has already been built. So if I'm just looking at it in terms of some of the proposed alternatives, it seems to me like what staff has recommended with the updates makes the most sense. I understand it's a sensitive topic. I think Commissioner Cavallero spoke on this well, and I agree with all of his sentiment, so I don't have much more to add there, other than that it seems like it's making the best of requirement to some extent was already there. Basements, also very challenging item, and I'm also struggling with this one. And it's been great to hear all the comments from the community. I understand all of the concerns, also the environmental impact, the duration of construction, all of that noise and environmental impact and duration of disturbance in a relatively small neighborhood. So those are things to consider. Then again, if a family wants to maximize their property, it does feel like there's a good argument to, one being able to have a basement, and 400 square feet does seem a little bit small. I do like the idea of maybe having a depth restriction, because I do feel like there may be that person that takes it a little bit overboard. I'm not sure if 9 feet is appropriate, or maybe even 10 feet's acceptable when you think about how construction is built out and what height you actually get. Then again, 9 feet of height, you still might get a 7'6" or 8-foot tall ceiling. That seems pretty tall for a basement. But I do want to circle back onto some of the concerns about multi-generational families and expanding families, and being able to have a property that can allow for that continued growth. And again, Commissioner Cavallero mentioned the quality and character of a home. And I can't help but think, if you're looking at expanding your family or making more space for someone, that above ground seems to be the more habitable spaces that people will want to be in, that have light, air, ventilation. Not to say that basements don't have a use, but it does seem a little bit more like an accessory use as opposed to typically habitable spaces. And the code does allow a lot of opportunities with ADUs and JADUs So that makes me feel a little less concerned about some restrictions on basements. You know, perhaps as Commissioner Gregoire mentioned, using the footprint of the building might be a good idea. And then also looking at a depth restriction, I would be open to that as a potential recommendation. And then I couldn't, you know, can't not comment on the lighting item since that was included too. I know that there's the current option, which is essentially what was there previously, and then the idea to eliminate downlights entirely. Last meeting, we heard a lot of comments about glare concerns and the safety there. We haven't heard much of that today. I did do some walking around West Hollywood West and other neighborhoods and noticed that there's a lot of homes that will have 2 downlights on each side, and they can be quite glary and close to the neighbors. So I actually do kind of like the idea of maybe being cut and dry and just saying no downlights on eaves over 12 feet. But I also understand, you know, different, you know, stylistic approaches to these things, and that's restrictive. So if other commissioners feel one way, but I could see merit to, you know, just taking it out entirely and letting that be the character. No downlights. And you know, beyond that, that's kind of where I'm standing on this right now. Maybe some modifications to the basements to be a little more amenable to growth. Not sure what we can do with hedges, and then maybe eliminate downlights for the overhangs that are above 12 feet.
Commissioner Copeland?
Well, I'm going to weigh in on basements as well. That seems to be once again our sticking point here. There has to be a difference in the impacts both during and after construction between a 400 square foot basement and a 1,200 or even a 2,500 if we go with the imprint or the footprint of the entire property. I think staff has done a good job of integrating these objective standards, environmental concerns, the integrity of the design district to try to incorporate all of these things together. I think they've done a really good job of that, considering some of these issues are very difficult. The 400 square feet, that's the size of a studio apartment, and if it's for utilitarian purposes like you need to store your equipment down there or have a gym or have your utility room, I mean, that would certainly be more than adequate. And as several commissioners mentioned, we do have ADUs and JADUs above ground for mother-in-law suites, growing, you know, family. They can also have an 800 square foot detached garage, which can be used, as long as it's not rented out, can be used for a gym or an office, or, you know, there are opportunities there for things above ground as well that are perhaps would be less intrusive. The Norma Triangle is 300 square feet. This is a bit more than that. That's probably the closest we have to a neighborhood like this in the city. So it sounds like it would be adequate. Like Commissioner Matos, before I would want to go any larger than that, I certainly would have to have more information to feel comfortable with what the impacts were. And I did ask staff earlier, that's why I know some of these are site-specific. Where are you in the neighborhood? What's the proximity to adjacent structures from where you want to put the basement? How close is it to driveways? Those factors weigh in individually. And if you just do a neighborhood survey, even an in-depth one, there will be things that will come up, but they do have inspections and engineers who will inspect each site before that. So I understand also part of the reason for a design district and to try to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood, and they don't want the McMansionizing of it, is also, I know council has expressed more than once in the past concerns about losing affordability. And, you know, the bigger you go and the more of those you get, that we become a city of only haves and nobody can afford it unless you can pay $5 or $8 million or whatever for a home. And that's been a concern. I appreciate the concerns of the people who live there, and you know, as their lives change and their families grow and the needs change. I understand that. Excuse me. But as far as hedges, this is something that, as staff stressed, is already in place. It's already on the books. The 28 inches. This is just adding some numerical specificity to that driveway triangle. And the increase from that, if you don't mind, Rick, was from, what was the increase in that was it 5 to 7 feet, or what was the difference?
Yes, Commissioner. So the increase is based on, there's been a lot of talk tonight about actual
Right.
data.
Yeah, I wanted to
Well,
clarify
what is the current triangle has nothing to do with actual data. It was an arbitrary 5 feet, and unless one is driving a Fiat or something, your eye is not 5 feet from your front bumper. So what we did is we actually looked at the average range size of cars and located the actual eye of the observer and how far away it would be from the property line where you would be blind, the blind spot. And so the numerical insertions were not arbitrary. They were based on actual mathematical analysis of actual people and actual cars.
Okay, thank you. Those are my thoughts so far, but I'd like to hear more about what my fellow commissioners feel about it. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. First, I just want to acknowledge the great work of staff, particularly Rick Abramson, of incorporating the concerns of the community into this overlay. And there have been a number of meetings since 2019, and we're now seeing that those meetings might have been reflective of, I don't know, maybe a vocal minority, but didn't necessarily incorporate the needs or wants of the entire community. And I think that's really unfortunate. And I don't know, we don't have to talk about it now, obviously, but I think there should be a conversation about moving forward how a community is engaged on these things. Neighborhood watches have, I would imagine, limited resources. I don't know if they have the email addresses of everyone or they have access to everyone in order to bring everybody into the conversation. Because our staff has been having a number of meetings and incorporating ideas that, like I said, are not reflective of the entire community. And I think I do think that that's really unfortunate. We've been talking a lot about basements, and it's just a bit of conflicting information. There are, we're hearing experts saying that basements don't have a huge impact on the water table, and people saying that there are cracks in their foundation. I do have a question for staff. At the, I believe it was October 2019 walkthrough, did you see any of the cracks in the foundation and the changes in the environment that people are talking about? And if you did, are there any other possible reasons for these foundational cracks that you can think of?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. To your first question, I didn't participate in that walk through that particular group walk, but according to the notes and the materials we have, there was no documentation of cracks and looking at settlement and that being an issue at that time. I think this has become a more recent concern based on some other projects. It's now elevated to consciousness that wasn't perhaps there 5 years ago.
Okay. I'm just very conflicted because, like I said, we have experts that are saying that there's not an impact, and we're having actual residents that say that there are. And not being a geological expert myself, I'm just kind of I'm just very torn on how to speak on that in particular. There are some other aspects of this overlay that we haven't discussed that I think warrant some conversation, especially as it relates to noise trespass. I believe that the idea was that particularly air conditioners should not exceed 60 decibels, but is that too high? I don't know. It seems loud, 60 decibels, but I don't have anything to compare it to or to know. Can you speak a little bit on that?
Yes, that one is a difficult one because the industry itself does identify what they call quiet type or silent type units that are distinct from the typical condensers and units that are outside. And as a whole, from our research, the industry classifies anything at less than 60 decibels as, quote, silent or quiet type. There are units that get much lower. The lower the number, the higher the performance. So there are units out there, 52 decibel range. I think the challenge is that we have to be able to allow property owners to have choices within the market. And if there's only limited models or manufacturers that are able to get to a certain level, it becomes much more difficult to get there. So in consulting with a mechanical engineer, the level of comfort was, start with the silent type, start with the quiet type unit, and that would be the sort of reasonable first pass. And that's sort of how we got to that 60 decibel.
Okay, I'd love to hear from my colleagues on that because I know that, loud air conditioners, pool pumps, that sort of thing has a huge impact on quality of life. So I'd love to hear from my colleagues on that. We also had a pretty robust, we didn't have a conversation. Commissioner Lombardi, the expert that he is in lighting, had a lot of notes on lighting that weren't incorporated in the resolution, particularly the language around, the language includes bulbs, tubes, and Commissioner Lombardi had asked for some language around LED that I didn't see in the resolution. I don't know what happened to all of the great input that he had on lighting. Is that just kind of out the window, or are we having more conversation around that? As Commissioner Lombardi mentioned at their last meeting, lighting has changed over the years, and there's just not any language right now that incorporates current standards. Commissioner, do you want to speak on that a little bit?
Yeah, do you want to take that, Rick Abramson, or do you want me to? Okay.
Please take it.
There were some follow-up discussions that we had, and I think my sentiment, I'll say, was that it was going to be challenging to put in information that might be hard to actually enforce and understand. And that's where it kind of circles back to the idea of the 10-foot number is something that you can understand. It's much harder to explain what type of fixture might be acceptable or not, and to enforce that. So kind of went back to the original text, and then from there the thought is perhaps it's not a terrible thing to just say don't do it in this case, because it's a neighborhood overlay and there's a certain aesthetic that we're looking toward, and perhaps historically those wouldn't have been there. So it seemed like that was an easier approach to take at that point. And actually since then, as I mentioned earlier, even just walking around, I've seen that you could have a residence that just has two on each side of the building, and they're plenty glary. So who's to say, someone wouldn't do that and they'd be 10 feet apart, and then you'd still have the issue.
Great, thank you. 'Cause I just didn't know, because it just magically disappeared and I didn't know what happened. So thank you for that. But I thought one of the suggestions was just to put LED in the parenthetical. That's gone? I mean, you're okay with that being gone as well?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so, because it's all simplified.
Okay, great, thank you. So on the issue of the basement, I'm not ready to say yes to alternative one. I'm not okay with getting rid of all basements. I'm also not okay with having basements of whatever size. I do agree that we should have a conversation about having basements in relation to the dwelling size. I'm open to that. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts on what specifically that relation should be. And the hedges, I'm just very, I agree with the thought that there's a possibility of what is being proposed limits the property owner expression and privacy. But I also understand the public safety aspect of it. So I'm open to more conversation around that. And I also, before I stop speaking, want to ask my colleagues while I cannot talk, while we are deliberating, if there were 10 elements that we discussed on October 6th that we were fine with, like soil permeability and all of these other elements that we were fine with on October 6th, but if you need to circle back to any of these and reopen discussion on them, that's an option as well. So Are there any additional thoughts on anything that I've just said? Commissioner Caballero?
Yeah, I'm just questioning why you're opposing alternative one. It just temporarily bans the basements until we have further studies that would give us the information that Commissioner Matos
Sure.
suggested.
No, that's a great question. Thank you. Because I don't know how long that ban is going to last, and I don't know how long the study is going to last. And in that time, new developments are being built. Someone could want to build something in a week or in a month, and in that time, they're not able to have a basement. And there's an issue of fairness there. I don't know if this study is going to take a week, a month, a year, 3 years, and then, like I said, in that time, there's a ban. And that means that there are a certain number of new developments that don't have what other people have. And so that's where my reticence comes from. But if we thought that we could get it overnight, then sure. But I don't see that happening, so.
Does staff have any idea how long it might take?
Yeah, I can suggest something for consideration. We do have our consultants on the line. If there could be maybe some questions for them about the type of study that they might find would be informative to the commission, or if they feel that the site-specific approach that is currently happening would result in better, there might be some information for the commission that would help you to get to where you want to go.
Sure. So they're on the line.
They're on the Zoom.
Should we have that conversation with them now? I'm happy to.
If you'd like, we have Daniel Zabeda and Peter Skopek from Tetra Tech and Degenkolb Engineers. And David, is it possible to call them up? Okay. Does the Zoom platform allow both of them to be on at the same time? Okay.
Yes. Daniel, go ahead. And Peter.
Structural concerns of excavation?
So the question is, alternative one was to consider a ban on basements until we can do a study, and the question on the table is, how long might that study take?
The studies that we're talking about, well, first of all, I'm the structural engineer, so I can comment on the structural side of any of the studies, but if we're talking about the studies due to the soils, then I would have to defer that to our geotechnical engineer that's on the line as well. I don't know if Peter's on the line.
Yes, I am.
Peter, do you want to comment just on the different studies that can be done for soils at the site?
Sure. We have been reviewing geotechnical reports for sites, mostly for residential construction in West Hollywood for a number of years now, probably over 15 years. And the reports that include basements, for the most part, they do not include dewatering. There are some that do include dewatering. The concepts that we have adopted for the review of these reports, they really focus on minimizing the impact on the adjacent properties. In fact, if you read our review comments, they always focus on that. There is no question that shoring of, especially shallow shoring that goes to about 15 feet, is an extremely well understood technique, both from the perspective of performance and the design and construction. There's no question that shoring can be installed in such a way that it does not impact adjacent properties in any meaningful way. There are issues that can happen, but they can be prevented. But they are, generally speaking, during the construction. They are not, actually I shouldn't say generally speaking, they are almost exclusively during construction. So from that perspective, having site-specific investigations, which we always have for these developments, are adequate. There are certain specific issues that we have to look at, clay soils versus sandy soils, how close is the adjacent development and building. But again, those are very well understood and can be very well reflected in the design. What can be improved is mandating or requiring pre-construction surveys, which basically consists of logging distress, which would be generally cracking or some offsets, and making photographic documentation to really document, the conditions before and after the construction. I've seen a lot of homes in West Hollywood. Yes, they do have cracks, but that's not because of basements, and it's not because of water. It's just because homes do crack. And if there is a concern that something is specifically affected by the adjacent excavation or by dewatering or water, it can certainly happen, but it's probably quite unique, and it needs to be investigated on a case-by-case basis. I'm hoping that this sort of, in a nutshell, answered the question.
It sort of does, because what we were really asking about was, could we do a report for all of West Hollywood West? I understand the case-by-case basis. That makes complete sense. But for us to try to make a determination on size of basements that are environmentally conscious, could a report be made, or could we do a report, and how long would it take to give us that information? Or are you saying that it's not possible, it can only be done on a case-by-case basis, which means site by site?
The reports should be issued definitely on a site-by-site basis, and they can take into consideration whatever needs to be taken into consideration as far as the adjacent properties and the specific proposed construction.
Right.
I'm sorry, it was a little bit muffled. I don't know if I caught everything.
No, that's good, because I think that clarifies the fact that, how will we ever have the data that we need to make that decision about 400 square feet, which is a 20 by 20 foot space, which is a big space, versus the entire footprint of a house being allowed to have a full basement. And that's the tricky one.
And Madam Chair, may I address?
Sure, Commissioner Matos.
Wonderful, thank you. I mean, and the other thing is that when we look at state law, they require that these standards be objective and uniformly applicable. So if we're talking about something that is case by case, it makes it harder for us to be able to implement an objective, universally applicable standard to this overlay district. And that's what my concern is. I appreciate the residents who came out today and shared their perspective. Everyone on this commission has a matter of expertise, right? Mine is policy. That's where I've worked my entire life. And I'm concerned about the objectivity of implementing a policy of that nature which is required by state law if we move that forward, if we move that element forward. I'm very concerned about that. The other thing is, I just want to add, just for the record, I'm not against updated language in the overlay district, but I am against going for the rushed solution over what is the right solution. And this whole process, I understand it's been long and it's been full of community engagement, and I appreciate that. But what we're seeing is that there are residents that have serious concerns about different aspects of this policy. And if we look at what the intent of this overlay district was, it is to have this be a neighborhood initiative. And I don't see a path forward personally, especially on that policy issue, given the questions that we still have and the questions that the community has raised.
Yeah, I would agree on the basement, but I think the other ones are not that cumbersome. And even the hedge issue, the 28 inches is already in there. You know, we're changing it from 5 to 6 feet, correct? Is it 6 or?
Well, for the
cone and the
the
distance.
car coming out would be 7 feet and 9 feet, backing out or going.
Right. So it's already there, but when you start thinking about narrow sites, you know, frontage that's narrow, and you have that cone, and the one public speaker who said basically her entire front hedge would go down, or it would be eliminated because of it. So that's where it gets a little tricky, because then you're starting talking about privacy and safety issues. But aside from those two items, I feel comfortable with everything else that's proposed here.
Commissioner Lombardi and then Commissioner Matos.
Thank you, Chair, or Acting Chair. I know you had asked a question earlier that I don't want to be forgotten with regards to sound and HVAC units. It seems like it might be hard to enforce something that's lower with the technology that's available right now. So I would be inclined to stay with staff's recommendation as it's written based on what we're hearing today. And then I'm a little unclear on where we all are with basements. Perhaps I'm unclear even where I stand on all of this. But one thing that I do feel is that it doesn't seem like we know what study we really want, nor if it's even possible, and what timeline that would take. So I would be concerned to, in the meantime, subject the community to not being able to have a basement whatsoever because of something that may come back and not yield useful information and may take a very long time. So I guess I don't know what we do there. As small as 400 square feet sounds. It's true, it is 20 by 20. That is about the size of a studio. There are all of the ADU and JADU options that may be available on sites, and that was staff's recommendation, although I could be kind of swayed either way. But I don't see why this can't move forward. And we should probably make a decision on the lighting, yes or no with the alternative. Leave it as is or say no downlights.
Commissioner Matos, and then I have one thing I'd like to add.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, my apologies, this just escaped me. One of the other things that I wanted to bring up is something that was brought up in public comment, but I also shared the same questions, is that to me, there's no clear standard on what would trigger a non-compliance, right? There was someone who asked, is updating my Windows non-compliance? You know, because that requires a permit. You know, does that make me non-compliant in other elements? I get that this is prospective and that this is, you know, if there's something that's happening, a change that's happening, then the new standard would apply to the change if it was specific. But I think that there is a lot of community confusion around what triggers non-compliance issues, and I shared those questions. So I think that if there were to be any type of consideration of this moving forward, I think those are things that need to be worked out. Because if we're gonna apply this and it be an objective standard that the community understands, those are the questions that need to be answered. And if I'm having trouble understanding that and the community's having trouble understanding that, then there's a missing link there.
Sure. And if I can, Commissioner, Vice Chair, I just want to read that section of our code regarding non-conforming structures, just so that it's very obvious as to what we're referring to. So with regards to maintenance, repair, and alterations of a non-conforming structure, that a non-conforming structure may be continuously maintained and repaired alterations without expansion are permitted if they improve the appearance or stability of the structure. So changing out windows, changing out doors, interior remodels, that's perfectly fine. Like you're still considered a non-conforming structure. Not for expansion, so if you're actually adding on to a non-conforming structure. So a non-conforming structure may be expanded provided that the expansion complies with all the applicable provisions of the zoning ordinance. Single-family dwellings and duplexes may expand up to 500 square feet without having to bring the entire structure into conformance. So there's that limit. If you go up just a structure, if you go above and beyond, obviously then you have to. So this, if you touch the structure, you're not touching your hedges in any way. You can leave your hedges as is, right? It's once you actually start fiddling with your hedges that you will have to bring your hedges into compliance.
Thank you for that. Let me just ask one follow-up question. So, per what you just said, if there is a structural increase, you said 500 square feet was the benchmark, it then triggers non-compliance issues for the whole property. Did I understand that correctly? So if someone were to...
Just the structure.
Just the structure.
Just the structure.
So if someone were to do an addition onto their home of 500 square feet, the structure would need to be in compliance with the new overlay district, but the hedges and the, I don't know, the pork share, whatever, all of that is still subject to what was in place at the time, which would be the existing overlay district. Is that correct?
So, correct. As long as that addition is less than 500 square feet.
Okay.
And as long as you're not touching those parts of the
Those
building.
parts, right, exactly. As long as you're not touching those additional parts of the ordinance.
Okay.
Of the overlay.
But certain elements, I think the key is distinguishing between elements and a structure. So the 500 square feet is a structural trigger for the bringing the structure into conformance. But roofs get old. Roofs have to be replaced. So a roof was built 20 years ago under a different code, and now you're going to replace your roof. It would have to comply with today's code. So any element that has new code would have to comply at the element level, but a new roof would not trigger the entire structure to have to be redone, or windows to have to be redone. But if you're replacing the windows and the standards have changed for windows, then the new windows have to comply. So I think the easiest way to think about it is anything new must comply. I think there's been a lot of conversation about grandfathering and existing non-conforming and all this stuff. This applies to new construction going forward, and the standards that will be in place when that new construction takes place. Big picture, I think, is maybe a little bit easier way to digest it, because I understand it is confusing, very much so.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. That was actually on my list. I just got sidetracked with everything else. My only issue with the 400 square foot basement, and I was in support of 400 square foot basements in October. My only issue is that it's relatively arbitrary. The number doesn't come from anywhere in particular, it doesn't seem. And the difference between 400 square foot and 500 square foot is significant to someone. So I guess that would be my question is, where does the 400 square foot come from?
The 400 comes from a number of different factors that we weighed that were primarily construction staging related and construction related impacts. It was not based on dewatering and the environment. And so we were looking at how much time it's taking to dig, to excavate, compact, shore, waterproof, all the things I said earlier, how much time they're taking, and the construction trucks that are present that would not be present if there were no basement construction. So if one is building a 2,000 square foot basement, and it might take 10 to 14 months, depending on what they run into, versus a 400 square foot basement that might take 5 to 6 months. There's clearly a difference in terms of impact in the neighborhood, on the streets, with the construction trucks, and the noise and the activity to adjacent neighbors. So yes, it's arbitrary. It's trying to provide a measured amount of something that is reasonable, because we do believe basements provide value. And Norma Triangle's at 300. We came up and said, looking at the footprints of the lots, they're a little bit bigger than Norma Triangle. So I guess one could say it's arbitrary, but it's based on the true nature of what it takes to actually construct and complete a basement and get out of the ground over time with all the other staging and trucks. So that was sort of how we landed on that number, that a 400 square foot basement, it's not necessarily 1/5 of 2,000, certainly square footage it is. It's not saying it's going to be 1/5 the time, but it might be 1/3 the time. And so I think that's the analysis that we looked at to arrive at that number. You know, it's not perfect, but that's where it comes from.
Thank you. Commissioner Gregoire?
I will renew my pitch for larger basements. I hear Mr. Abramson's explanation for the 400 square foot basement. You know, look, I support the bulk of staff's recommendation here today, despite considerable opposition in this room tonight. These proposals, in the opinion of these people, are putting a lot of restrictions on their property. I just don't think, I think we need to give them larger basements. 400 square feet is arbitrary. I do have concerns about digging and cracking walls and dewatering, but look, I just don't think there is there's enough of a concern to limit the basement to 400 square feet. I hear my fellow commissioners who appear to be supporting alternative one, which is a moratorium on basements until it can be studied. I really don't think this study is going to really result in any more information than we currently have. Also, again, the people here are not generally supportive of these restrictions. I can't vote to move this forward to City Council unless we give them some relief on the basements. You know, if there's a moratorium on the basement, that means they can't have a basement if they want to redevelop their property. So, I don't know, I have only counted 2 votes for larger basements, but I would urge us to consider giving on the basement and moving this forward to City Council. And again, a moratorium, I don't see how we can move this forward in any form with a moratorium. You know, we can't impose this new overlay on the community without some resolution on the basements and some relief on the basements.
I'm inclined to agree with you, Commissioner. I just don't know if it's 400, 500, 600, 700. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Matos.
Oh, hi. So thank you, Chair. I just want to throw out 2 potential ways that we can move forward, right? In my opinion, obviously for subject of discussion with the Commission. One of them would be, you know, it seems like there's a few items we have in question, and there's a few that we don't really have questions on. Like, for example, I understand the concerns about downlighting. I understand that, you know, what was presented by staff. But there are certain elements that I don't think are ready to move forward to council. So I think, in my opinion, the 2 ways possibly for us to move forward would be either to, A, voice approval for certain elements to move forward to council and not others, or B, voice an opinion for certain elements to go back for additional community discussion. I do have concerns about assigning arbitrary numbers as a matter of a policy decision from a dais, especially given that this is supposed to be neighborhood driven.
and that's in our code. So I think that when we look at it, and I'm open to either, and discussion on my colleagues about this, it's either we move something forward and not others to the council, or we put certain things back in for additional community discussion and staff discussion, and for them to be further sussed out. That's how I see options for us moving forward tonight, because it is getting late.
I'd be on board with that. I think the basement thing needs more study. I don't think a moratorium necessarily needs to be put in place, but maybe we could just continue the discussion and try to understand, maybe. And I also agree with Rick Abramson. It's like, this is not, the 400 wasn't completely arbitrary. It's like when you think of building a 400 versus 800 or 1,000 square foot basement, the amount of wear and tear to these narrow streets is going to be significant. So it wasn't, maybe the number sounds arbitrary, but half the trucks will be half the damage, and half the impact, the construction impact of that is significant. So it's not completely arbitrary, but I think there's a lot in this staff report that's worth moving forward. The hedge thing, I'm fixated on the height and the privacy thing, but it's already there in the overlay zone. So the only thing we're changing is where the cone starts, and that relates to the size of the car. That is also not arbitrary. So that's where I stand on that one. I think I'm coming around on the hedge issue just because it's already in place. And the only thing that we're changing is being realistic about the size of cars today and how that impacts that cone.
Commissioner Gregoire, Mr. Abramson?
Vice Chair, I have a suggestion as well to consider, and that is if the commission feels that they prefer not to make a recommendation on basements and just forward the item to the council with no recommendation on basements, that is an action you can take as well. If you feel like you cannot get consensus on it, that you can just move it forward, and the city council will hear that you weren't able to make a recommendation, and they'll make their decision at that time. So if it turns out that that's a sticking point, we can still move it forward.
The public is not recognized to speak at this time, so I had another element that I'd like to bring up is the porte cocheres. Is it my understanding that they do have to have vegetation per California green something?
So porte cocheres currently are not prescribed in the code as allowable, even though historically, prior to the code, there were porte cocheres 100 years ago when homes were built in the neighborhood. So as part of the climate action plan, council has asked us to consider creative ways of greening the city and restoring green space back to areas we've lost. And so the thought in bringing it back is saying, hey, why not encourage porte cocheres to come back to WeHo West by putting it in the code as an allowable element. But if we're going to do that, why not take the opportunity to use it as a greening device? And so that was the recommendation, is that if someone elects to do it, which no one has done for 100 years, but if someone elects to do it, that it would be a way of walking the walk instead of talking the talk, so to speak, with respect to climate change and greening by having a vegetative roof. So it's not required. If the commission feels otherwise, it certainly could be moved forward without it, or it could be moved forward with no porte cocheres in the neighborhood as we've gone all along. But that's the thought process.
Do my colleagues have any thoughts on that? I appreciate and I love the thought process behind it. I'm just concerned about residents having to maintain that vegetative roof. Did you have any input on that, Commissioner Matos?
I share your concern, Madam Chair, and also I would say and add that it's been proposed that we move forward and say that the Planning Commission couldn't come to a recommendation to the council, and I want to be very intentional on how we move that to council and how it gets presented to council. So not that we were unable to make a recommendation, it's that we felt that this needed to be further addressed before this body or the city could make a definite policy decision on it. But I agree with your concerns about pork share.
No, and I agree with you. I just wanted to make sure that the list of things that we were not able to come to a consensus to, I just wanted to make sure that I had that list.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So right now we've got basements, and I just wanted to get input from my colleagues about the pork cochere. My concern, and it was addressed in a public comment that we got in our packet about if people cannot afford a gardener. I just don't want somebody, I don't know, falling off a ladder or something because they're trying to water their pork cochere vegetative roof. Commissioner Lombardi?
Sure. I'd like to put my opinion out there. So I appreciate and understand those concerns for sure. It does not seem like we have many pork cocheres, and this may not happen too frequently, but you know, in terms of climate action plan and the environment, I think the idea is to reduce the heat island effect. So if you have a driveway, especially an asphalt driveway, or you know, any other sort of hardscaping, that it's an opportunity to add a structure, but also add something that's not building up to the urban heat island effect, but rather keeping the neighborhood cool, providing a cooling effect, you know, again, toward the idea of vegetation and canopy trees, all of these initiatives we have. So it seems to me like it's offering an opportunity if someone chooses it, and then also making sure that it's in alignment with our climate action plan. So I do like the recommendation and as it is currently in the way that staff has written it.
Okay. Commissioner Gregoire?
Rick Abramson's idea about how to deal with the basement issue is an interesting one. Obviously, if the commission were to move forward with a no recommendation on it, certainly I want it. The reason we don't have a recommendation is because we're split. Some of us would like larger basements, and some of us would like to see more study. If that's what the eventual decision is tonight, obviously I think that should be made clear that my biggest concern is I really don't want any version of this West Hollywood overlay amendment to go forward without a resolution of the basement issue. You know, my concern about Rick's idea is if we do go with no recommendation to the city council, I'm afraid they could pass it without a resolution of the basement issue. Because again, for the reasons I stated earlier, I really think it's something we need to give relief to the neighborhood on. So I'm not sure I'm prepared to vote for Rick's idea. I may still be a no vote. There is a little bit of me who says if we're not going to give relief on the basement, we should probably just not recommend moving forward to the city council.
I agree with you, Commissioner Gregoire.
The question to staff, if we don't move it forward and it just pauses for more community interaction, someone can still build a basement, correct? So we're not putting any restriction on anybody building a basement. We just want to have more conversation about the size of basement that everybody could get on board with that might be take all those issues that are floating around it into consideration, but it won't keep anybody from building a basement.
I would note too, for the record, for the commission, if we're talking about no recommendation, but also sending forward the recommended ordinance, the planning commission's required to essentially send what that ordinance looks like at one time. So I think to the extent there's not a recommendation on the basements, to the extent there's not an agreement on what the change would look like, it would mean that for that provision, no recommendation would be the existing language of the code. And so I think practically if the commission deliberates and chooses to move it forward without a recommendation on basement, it would be the existing language that
Right. So by the time it got to city council, maybe staff could have more communication with the community and maybe come up with a number that then they could then present to city council, and they would make that last decision. It wouldn't have to come back to us, would it?
My understanding is that for this to be going back to community for additional discussion,
Then it comes back to us.
then it would come back to us. My understanding is that would have to be explicitly and intentionally done by us. I would personally support that. I think some of these need to go back for more community discussion and more staff research and work and information gathering to come forward. My concern is that if we, again, move forward with no recommendation, we need to be very intentional on why, so that it's understood that it's not that we didn't understand the issue and that we couldn't come up with something, so you should. It was more about there is a real need for substantive and intentional discussion on this issue as a matter of policy in the city.
I think we're all in agreement. I think we're all in agreement.
Yeah, and so that's where I'm at, is I think that there are certain issues that need to be more sussed out, more kind of input from the community, more input from the residents, more input from staff, more input from experts, for it then, after that point, to come back to us, for us to move forward something that is a little bit more universally understood and accepted to council. And that would be my preference personally.
Yeah, so we're all on board with the basement thing, but what else? What other item? Are you saying that we don't move any of it forward until the basement issue is resolved? Or can we move the staff report forward minus the basement and allow people to build basements per current code, and then have a further discussion with community and staff to see if they can come up with a number for a basement that would meet all the check all the boxes of all those little items that are floating around the basement. And it might just end up being that we just leave it the way it is, but at least then we have that conversation.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think that what I'm thinking is that if we're going to send basements back to the community and to staff to be more further addressed, for the potential that they would come up with an option or a solution to move forward to council, that the rest of it would wait, so that it would all be presented to council as one West Hollywood Overlay District amendment, rather than kind of these one-off policy changes where it's partial overlay district today and only basements next week or next year or whenever. My hope is that this would comprehensively be able to come forward so that it's one change, one amendment, rather than multiple.
Does that make a difference to staff?
Well,
if it
I mean,
if part of it goes forward and one stays back, or
we would prefer the entire overlay to go together as a package to council. And then we're not kind of cherry picking, particular items.
I agree. Yeah.
And it sounds like, from what I'm hearing from the commissioners, that perhaps one alternative is that we continue this item to a date uncertain until staff provides a little bit more research, a little bit more outreach, does a little bit more investigation into some of the items that were brought up by the Planning Commission tonight, and then we can bring that back at some time in the future.
Yeah,
That would be great.
I would love to make that motion, but I would like to do something if my colleagues are amenable to it.
I believe Commissioner Gregoire had some input.
Okay.
Did you look like you were about to?
I'm taking this all in. Look, our city attorney today said that no recommendation basically means we're not recommending a change to basements. And I would support not recommending a change to basements at this point. I would be happy to move this forward to City Council without recommending a change to basements, and just to preserve the status quo on that. Ultimately, the City Council, they're the elected officials in the city. They're ultimately the decider. They can decide to put the change with respect to basements back in I don't know, I like the city attorney's recommendation, you know, or thought that if we did just move the package forward without a recommendation on basements, I would be okay with that.
Okay.
Because it would preserve the status quo, which allows the homeowners to have basements until such time as the city council decides they either want to do a study and bring it back, or whether they would want to make a change to the existing status quo.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Matos, before you make your motion, and I really hate to ask a question at 10 o'clock at night, but I have a question. There was in here the FAR of being 0.5 on lots that were 4,000 square feet or less. And I believe there was, if I'm remembering it correctly, because there were a lot of pages, somehow the math was not adding up. I remember that, where it was the FAR of 0.5 and the lots were less than 4,000 square feet, but I thought the recommendation was that the dwelling could be up to 2,500 square feet. Could you just, well, oh, yes, I'm sorry, you're right. 2,000 square feet, but the lot is less than 4,000 square feet, which is not 0.5. So could you just give some input on that, please?
Sure, I'm happy to. The recommendation is two-sided. It's an or, so it's 0.5 FAR or 2,000 square feet, whichever is less. Okay. And that's the same thing in the 5,000 square foot.
Perfect.
And
Thank
greater.
you. Thank you. I think I missed the or, so I really appreciate that. Thank you for indulging me on that. Commissioner Mott, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The motion is made? Okay, do I have a second?
Oh, wait.
Oh,
I was going to
Motion?
restate for the record
Okay.
my motion for consideration by this body, if I may, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, wonderful, thank you. So my motion would be to continue this item to a date uncertain, and for staff to engage in different research, especially as it pertains to basements and their impacts, but also engage the community on basements. And I would personally want to see them engage the community on the two issues that it seems like have been coming up the most often, which is the hedges and frontage and visibility square issue, plus what Commissioner Chair Thomas mentioned, which was the porte cochere issue. I would love to see more community engagement on those things if the commission is open to that. But the meat of my motion would be to continue this to a date uncertain for more staff work and for engagement with the community.
That is the motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Copeland? Oh, could you push the button, please? It's very technical up here. Oh, is it not registering? Well, Commissioner Copeland seconds. I don't think that her screen is working, but, oh, there you have it. It's just a little slow.
Can I ask something? I just want to make sure because it is getting late. So a yes is that we're tabling this, right? That's the motion. Okay.
And the motion passes, noting 6 ayes, Chair Jones absent. This item will be continued to a date uncertain and will be legally renoticed at that time.
Thank you so much to my colleagues and to the public. And I believe staff needs a moment to set up the next presentation.
Chair?
Yes.
If I may.
Yes.
There is a clause you may have noticed on our agenda that says that after 10:30 p.m., the commission may choose to continue any other additional item that has not yet been opened.
Sure.
It's very important that item 10A that was moved to the end gets heard this evening.
Okay.
Oh, both of them actually need to be heard this evening. So I just wanted to put that out there that if we can get through the rest of the business on the agenda, that would be preferable. Which
Do we need another break or?
My my breaking in is less important now that I know we have to do both of them. It was mostly just to say if you wanted to continue one, continue the ADUs, but apparently both of them need to be heard this evening. So thank you.
Okay, so we will take a 5-minute break. 4? Did you say 4? 5-minute break. Thank you. Just a reminder to my colleagues to not discuss any of the matters on the agenda during the break.
I knew this was going to be a long meeting.
That was a good.
If everyone could make their way to their seats, please. We are ready to move on to the next public hearing. If everyone could please make their way to their seats.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is Zone Text Amendment Accessory Dwelling Units Update. The Planning Commission will hold a public hearing to consider a proposed zone text amendment to amend the city's local regulations governing accessory dwelling units, otherwise known as ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units, JADUs, to comply with recent changes in state law. The proposed ordinance is statutorily exempt from CEQA. We are ready for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Thomas and Commissioners. My name is Jerry Hiddleman. I'm a senior contract planner working on this zone text amendment. As mentioned, this is for accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units. Tonight we'll just quickly go through some background information, and then I'll go through the highlights of the updates to the ordinance itself, and then open it up for questions and discussion. Starting with the background, I know some of you are familiar with ADUs, but there are different types. As you can see on the top left, we have a detached ADU, attached, and then there is a little blockage there, but it could be above a garage. It could also be in a basement, if basements are allowed. And then interior to a building. And then it could be a garage conversion, which is very popular also. One new thing is that ADUs are allowed in multifamily structures. They could be either detached or attached. You can see that the picture is actually from the Bay Area, I think San Francisco, where they converted some garage units on the ground floor of a multifamily building into ADUs. Now, the timeline, in January of 2020, the city's most recent updates to the ADU law were put into effect. However, the state's been very active, state legislature, and in January of 2021, there were more changes made, put into effect this past September. They go into effect in January, and I'll go through the highlights of those proposed changes on the next slide. So it's under mostly AB 897, and this requires the city to allow certain ADUs to be higher. Right now it's basically 16 feet. They can now go up to 18 or 25 feet. I'll go into more detail on that. requires the city's front setback requirements to yield to certain ADUs if they're, so they can be a minimum size. A denial must be justified with detailed comments. ADUs cannot be denied solely to address non-conforming conditions or code violations on the property, unless these code violations are a threat to public health and safety or the safety of the people living there. JADUs with shared bathrooms must have an interior access to the dwelling if that bathroom is part of the dwelling. So go into more detail on that as well. Next slide. Now, there are quite a few properties in West Hollywood with ADUs currently. So you can see the yellow, greenish color is multifamily structures with ADUs on their properties. These have been permitted. And now the blue is single-family properties with ADUs. And the next slide will show how many there are. So existing legal ADUs are 115, including one JADU. So 55 are in single-family structure associated with single-family structures of 48%, 60 multifamily structures or 52% have ADUs right now. And there are quite a few potential ADUs that could be built in the city over the next, let's say, 8 years, which will be the end of the housing element update cycle. So at a current rate of about 11.33 ADUs permitted annually, West Hollywood could permit, now 200 is a little high. I actually recalculated that while I was sitting over here, and it's more closer to 100. But, you know, as you'll see, the regulations are relaxed by the state a little bit, so it could be somewhere between 100 and 200 over the next 8 years. I'll now go through the highlights of the proposed amendments. For the ADU height limit, we have an existing code that talks about 16 feet above grade as the maximum for a detached ADU, and shall not exceed 1 story. And the state will, is requiring new height limits for ADUs. I'll show on the next slide. So in compliance with SB 897, a 16-foot height limit applies to a detached ADU except on a lot with a multi-story, multi-family dwelling can be up to 18 feet in height, and ADUs within a half mile of walking distance of a major transit stop or high-quality transit corridor may be up to 18 feet in height or up to 20 feet to accommodate the roof pitch, as you see on the associated pictures. And an attached ADU may be up to 25 feet in height or the allowable height of the primary dwelling unit in that zone, but must not exceed 2 stories. Now, I'll show on the next slide a map of where these high-quality transit corridors are and transit priority areas. And the purple shows that it covers literally 95% of the city. So there are a few areas that are excluded where you couldn't go up to these little bit extra height limit. But if you choose to, you can say that that height limit could apply to the whole city because it's just so extensive, as you can see. Okay. And then the minimum unit size, at least, right now it's at least an 800 square foot unit must be allowed regardless of general FAR, lot coverage, or open space requirements. Under the new state law, all those same requirements are in place. However, you cannot limit it by saying you can't exceed the front setbacks. So the ADU can actually be 800 square feet and go a little bit beyond that front setback to meet the minimum. So, and the city does not currently impose front setback requirements, and the ordinance does not propose adding this requirement right now. However, this can be imposed, but an 800 square foot minimum would still apply. You'd still be able to do that. Moving on to application review procedures, which go into effect again in January. The new state law will require that the city provides denied applicants a list of comments on the deficiencies of the application for remedy within 60 days of the application receipt. And truthfully, that's done for all projects that don't comply currently. Also, in compliance with state law, when you require demolition permits for a detached garage that would be replaced with an ADU, the demolition permit must be issued at the same time as the ADU permit. And that's to streamline the review process, get them through quicker. And it actually prohibits permit denial based on an existing non-conforming use, as I stated up front, unless there's a public health or safety issue. And under JADU requirements, again, they go into effect in January in compliance with state law to allow JADUs to be built within non-livable portions of single-family dwellings, such as you can see in the figure, attached garages. Previously, JADUs could only go inside the actual structure itself. Now they can go into an attached garage or some type of accessory building. And then if they are using a bathroom in the house, they have to have an interior passageway into that structure, into the residence. Now moving on to number of bedrooms. The existing municipal code limits an 850 square foot for a studio unit or a one-bedroom ADU unit, and a 1,200 square foot unit within 2 bedrooms only. And no more than 2 bedrooms are allowed in an ADU currently. Now, state law says there shall be no limit, so we're proposing no limit on the number of bedrooms that would be allowed in an ADU. Impact fees. Impact fees are not required to be paid upon issuance of a building permit for an ADU. Impact fees are allowed to be paid for ADUs now that are larger than 750 square feet. Now, staff is proposing no change and do not require impact fees to be paid upon issuance of a building permit for an ADU of any size. The reason for that, it could be a disincentive to now suddenly impose these impact fees. Also, the number of ADUs and JADUs on a lot, only one ADU or one JADU is currently allowed under the municipal code. State law now allows both. An ADU and a JADU, as shown on the figure, would be allowed on each lot. So you can have like an attached garage and inside the building. We also looked at building separation requirements, and the current code requires a minimum distance of 6 feet between primary residence and a structure such as a detached ADU. Now, no minimum separation is required between primary residential structures and a detached ADU on the same parcel, but we are proposing that a minimum distance of 6 feet is required between a primary residence and a new detached ADU approved by a zone clearance. And the reason for that is so you can have access between to maintain those properties and to have a little distance for other privacy and noise concerns as well. With roof decks, we've had some people who are interested in building roof decks. No language on roof decks is currently in the code, so it means they are de facto prohibited. Now, we're proposing that roof decks are expressly prohibited on new or existing detached ADUs Basically because of, as you're aware, there's sometimes our privacy or noise concerns related to those roof decks. And with that, available for questions and feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lombardi.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions here. So first, I was wondering, did any of this get reviewed with the long-range planning subcommittee beforehand? Yes. Okay.
It did.
Great. That's great context to know as we go into deliberation. I guess the first question I have is, when you talk about multifamily dwellings, what if they want to add an ADU above? Are they allowed to build up, or is it only within existing structures for multifamily? I'm trying to understand where they can push the boundaries. You showed that example in San Francisco.
Yeah, for multifamily and for single-family dwellings, they cannot go above the height limit of the existing building. Okay. So that's why you saw them in the where the garage structures or basements were.
And if that made a multi-family dwelling non-conforming in terms of required parking, that's no longer an issue because it's superseded by this allowance?
It's superseded by that, and if you're along a major transit corridor, there's no parking requirement for an ADU at this point.
Okay.
And like I showed on the map, West Hollywood is very much covered, about 95%.
Okay, and then I'm assuming that if for instance, basically an infill JADU were to be built, like in a garage, and that all has to be up to current standards, so you have to provide heat, all of the usual requirements per code. You can't just, suddenly, put up a wall and close the garage door and then say it's a livable space.
Yes, Commissioner, exactly. And to go a little further, if the main house has a sprinkler system or the main multifamily building, then the ADU has to as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And then I was wondering, you mentioned that there's no limit on bedrooms now. So is there a minimum bedroom size? I think that there are code requirements with regards to ventilation and windows, but just can't help but think about someone creating some situation where you're just packing people into some structure.
Yeah, I think that would be dictated more by the building code than the zoning code, but I'm not aware. Are you, Francisco, building code?
I'm not aware of the minimum building code. We can take a look real quick to see if that.
Yeah.
If that's,
okay.
That's,
yeah, and I guess I'm also just thinking too. Is our city equipped to review these things in a way where we're catching them? I think this is all wonderful, but I am also thinking through the lens of if someone were to try to take advantage of what they're being offered, and just making sure that if you're putting multiple bedrooms in, that they're multiple bedrooms and that they're livable, and what's the mechanism for us to check these things too, or for the city to check these things?
Right. And if you are doing a studio unit, the minimum size is 150 square feet, so that would be 10 by 15. So that's fairly small, but that would be a minimum right there that we'd be looking at for sure. I should point out, we do also have City Attorney Ryan Stager on the line if he wants to chime in, if he knows any of these answers as well.
Yeah, in particular the bedrooms, I think, is my one question. Okay. If there were any legal opinion on that.
Yeah. We'll get back to you with that.
We're still searching.
Any other questions? Commissioner Copeland?
Thank you, Chair. Could you remind us again, is there a minimum lot size restriction to have the ADU and the junior as well on the same lot?
No, there's
no minimum lot size restriction, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, just wanted to verify that. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
I thought I thought it was a 5,000 square foot lot. I thought the state law was 5,000.
Not that I'm aware of. I'll double check that though, but I'm pretty sure there's no minimum lot size for the ADU and JADU.
Oh, just to have an ADU. Okay,
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
thinking about the item that we saw in April where we were splitting lots. So thank you for that. Commissioner Matos, did you have something that you wanted to say? Okay, I had a couple of quick questions. In the staff report, it has a breakdown of units based on income level or anticipated number of units based on income level. I saw in the staff report that it was anticipated that there would be 13 extremely low income, 2 very low income, 36 low income, 5 moderate income, and 29 above moderate income new ADUs. I'm just curious, are there incentives for people to have low income, very low income units? Are there any sort of incentives, or are those the units that are coming from the nonprofits that are building?
Yeah, at this point, I'm not aware of any incentives, but it would probably be from the nonprofits. And I'm not sure, maybe that could be included at some point in the future in the inclusionary ordinance.
Okay.
If that's updated as well.
Okay. I would like to see that. And then I had 2 other questions. One is, I wouldn't think that we would need to say that there should be an entryway between a unit that didn't have a bathroom and one that did, but since we do have to say that, does it need to include the word unlocked or always accessible or something like that?
Yeah,
or is...
I believe so. I'll let Mr. Stager maybe weigh in on that.
Yeah, hi, members of the commission. Jerry, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, my legal recommendation would be to keep that language as is in the ordinance. It tracks state law word for word. I think logistically, yeah, that would be very important, but I wouldn't recommend codifying that level of detail in the ordinance as it would deviate from the state statute.
Okay, I just wanted to ask. I was shocked that we even needed to say entryway. Thought that would be pretty obvious, but since we do. And my final question is, in the resolution, it says, no ADU subject to this subsection F may cause the total FAR of a lot in a single-family zone to exceed 0.5. So my question is, if the dwelling is already 0.5, does that mean they can't have a JADU?
The JADU would be totally inside the existing structure or an accessory structure at this point. So they wouldn't be adding to the actual floor area or square footage of the buildings on the lot. So that would not exceed the FAR.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Because I'm just not quite getting it.
Yeah, JADUs are required to be in an existing single-family structure. You know, let's say you carve out a space that you're not using and you turn it into a JADU. So that would not add additional square footage, you're just converting square footage. And same thing if you put a JADU in your garage, you wouldn't be adding to that square footage at all, you'd just be converting it from a garage to a JADU, and that would not affect the FAR on the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking that people would be building something additional, so perfect. Those are my questions. Are there, anybody think of any additional questions for staff?
I know we had a question from Commissioner Lombardi on bedrooms. Commissioner, would you mind repeating it? We have Brian Center now.
Sure, I hope I can remember my question now at this late hour.
I think it was the size of the bedroom.
Yes. I'm trying to think of more of the specifics to my question, but so if we cannot limit the size of a bedroom, well, if there are no limits to the size of a bedroom, there are code requirements in terms of ventilation and windows. I'm just trying to understand what this means in a scenario where someone may try to truly maximize the space to the point of it not being livable, and what the state says on that, or what other code may come into play to ensure that doesn't happen. And then
Yeah.
with all of that, how that would relate to the city reviewing these things and making sure that we're not, things aren't being stamped and approved that are, like renting bunked beds in a, space or something that wasn't intended.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think so zooming out for a moment, the bedroom limit was associated with, it was right there next to square footage limits on ADUs. So the square footage limits are staying in. And the specific bedroom cap of no more than 2 bedrooms are allowed was taken out because HCD has taken the position that a bedroom limit is discriminatory against family status. So that came out, but the overarching square footage limits on how big an ADU can or can't be is staying in. And I think as also Jerry mentioned, all ADUs and JADUs have to comply with the local building code requirements. So to the extent that the local building code speaks to ventilation concerns, your room dimension requirements, those would all be, those are all enforceable, and an ADU and JADU would have to comply with those in order to qualify for approval.
Right.
And then there's a question of what's actually presented when the city's reviewing it versus what could happen. Okay. I actually do have another question. There was a limit of 2 stories, right, on ADUs?
Correct.
And so again, on that, can someone create a mezzanine floor of some sort? Is there some catch in there? What is?
So the limit there so there's a couple limits in play. The 2-story one comes into play for an attached ADU, which I think was in one of Jerry's graphics. And the rule there is that the attached ADU, so an ADU that's attached to the main house, it cannot exceed 25 feet or the height limit that applies to the primary dwelling, whichever's lower. And so you take the lower of those two. So if the height limit in the district was 20 feet, then you'd be limited to 20 feet because that's the lower of that versus 25. So I guess that's the rule that the state has given us. The question, what was your specific question, I guess, within that context?
I guess I'm wondering if there's a creative way to create a 3rd floor and what the measures are that limit that or don't limit that, such as having some sort of a mezzanine space that goes inserted within a higher 2nd floor.
Yeah, it's tricky in this context because state law lets cities go above and beyond. So if the city wanted to say, hey, actually all ADUs can be 60 feet tall if we want, just as a hypothetical example, state law lets cities go up and be more generous, but the language in the ordinance is as strict as state law allows the city to be for attached ADU height.
Yeah. I could point out also further that mezzanines are not considered stories. So I could see where you're going with that. It's could be a little bit of a loophole. Perhaps that could be added to the ordinance if you desire to not allow mezzanines within ADUs, but that could be a little bit restrictive.
Yeah, I think as long as the ADUs stay within the height limit, I think more than likely you'll probably stick around two stories. Right. We do allow for, I think, mezzanines that, as long as you don't exceed, I think it's like 33.3% of the ground floor area, like it won't actually constitute as a story. But then at that point, you're talking more of a loft anyway. So I think it's just, it's a good hypothetical, but I think we're probably sticking to the height more than anything else.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff? Additional questions? Okay. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Chair, I have no public requests here in chambers. And there is nothing on the Zoom platform either.
Okay, well then we will close the public testimony portion of the hearing. Did anybody think of any additional questions in those 2 seconds? Oh, staff, yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I did want to add, we were going to recommend the restriction on the rooftop decks for the ADUs. So if the commission does want to go in that direction, we just wanted to add an additional sentence to the ordinance just to make it specific and clear that that is the intent. So in the resolution, I just wanted to read this into the record. Let me see if I can get to that page. This is on page 7 of 13 of the resolution. This is section 2, with regards to permits, process, and timing. And I guess it's, oh no, excuse me, it's section 5, non-conforming ADUs and discretionary approval. So at the very end of that particular paragraph, we would like to add the following sentence, which states, notwithstanding the foregoing, the city will not issue a development permit to allow a rooftop deck on an ADU. So that's just making sure that when applicants are reviewing the regulations, that they know that the city is basically prohibiting them outright, and that they would not be approved by right in the ordinance.
Are we all in agreement with that addition?
Yep.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you for that. We will now go into deliberation and discussion by the commission. Would anyone like to go first? Commissioner Gregoire?
I support staff's recommendation as amended. And when the time comes, I'll be happy to move approval.
Commissioner Matos?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Thomas. Appreciate your leadership tonight. The one thing I do want to say is that I do agree with the assessment that, you know, there be some sort of blanket provision, you know, given some of the height matter in the question of, sorry, let me try to slow down. Within a half a mile of a transit stop, there's a proposal for 20-foot ceilings in an ADU. And most of the city falls under that. Would we be moving this forward, allowing that for that to be a policy across the city, given that most of the city falls within half a mile of a transit stop? Okay, just want to make sure. Thanks.
Turn this. Anyone else? Commissioner Lombardi?
I did raise my concerns, but I don't know if there's anything. I mostly asked them to see if there was anything that we were missing or needed to consider, which I don't see at this time. My concerns are just concerns. I do actually wish that some of the public that was here before on the earlier item was still here so they could see all the opportunities that are available before the basement discussion. But otherwise, I mean, it seems like everything's logical, and I am in support of adding the additional text as read in just now.
Anyone else? I'll just say, as I said in April, when this first came before us, I think this is a very exciting way to address our housing crisis. I'm excited that we are, you know, to the point where we're updating our code to be in alignment with the state for these units. I believe it's would you say something or so units that are going to go towards our arena goals. I think it's extremely exciting. It's also really great for homeowners. It's great for people who are at different economic levels who want to live in the city of West Hollywood. I think that this is an ingenious way of addressing our housing crisis. So we're essentially just updating our code to be in alignment with the state, but I've been just giddy about this since it came before us. So I don't have anything additional, and if anyone is ready to make the motion. Do you have a second?
Motion by Commissioner Gregoire, seconded by Commissioner Carvalero.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did I?
Yeah, no, we just want to make sure if our fellow colleague Ryan is on the line, if he had anything else he wanted to speak, if he's unmuted.
Does that impact our vote, or?
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, just wanting to clarify for the record of the commission's direction here. There was, for the height limit, given that sounds like 95% plus of the city is within a half mile of public transit, was the consensus of the commission to extend that, to have that 18 up to 20 be the rule that applies to all detached ADUs?
That was my understanding. Well,
Yes.
yes. We are agreeing with the staff recommendation, which was that. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
It was an option for the
Yeah.
commission to consider. So.
And that's within state law, and the commission can do that. So just wanted to confirm that was the direction the commission wanted to go.
Yes. Oh. Oh, sure.
Yeah.
No, we want to read it.
Oh.
I didn't say anything. It's very late. Well, thank you. Has everyone voted?
We want to, before we take the final vote, we just want to
Okay.
make sure the height limit as agreed by the commission is actually expressed within the ordinance that will go up to the city council.
Glad I asked.
Throughout the city.
Sorry, because I think we're trying to figure it out. I think this is on page 8 of 13 in the resolution with regards to heights. And it is 2A, where we're talking about a detached ADU may be up to 18 feet in height if it's created on a lot with an existing or proposed single-family or multi-family dwelling unit that is located within 1/2 mile walking distance of a major transit stop or high-quality corridor. And that the ADU may be up to 2 additional feet in height if necessary to accommodate a roof pitch on an ADU that is aligned with the roof pitch of the primary dwelling unit.
I think if we eliminated the high quality there, within within a half mile.
So then we just say detached ADU may be up to 18 feet.
Yes, and you take out the whole requirement.
Members of the commission and staff, I think the way that this would work would be that for height, the rule for detached ADUs would just be what is in subpart, that'd be E2 little b. That would replace A, B, and C, and then D would stand on its own as the separate rules for attached ADUs.
So, Ryan, I think what we're trying to say is that for height, we would simply say that a detached ADU may be up to 18 feet in height if it's just period.
Well, yeah, but you have, if it's within, so detached ADUs can be up to 18 feet in height. That works, but there's also the little toggle for, it can go up to 2 additional feet, up to 20 if it's necessary to accommodate a roof pitch. So that would just need to be part of the ultimate rule that applied to detached ADUs.
Okay, so I think that would read, a detached ADU may be up to 18 feet in height.
And then skip down to,
And the ADU may be up to 2 additional feet in height for a maximum of 20 feet if necessary to accommodate a roof pitch on the
Yeah,
ADU that is aligned with the roof pitch of the primary dwelling unit.
detached ADU may be up to 18 feet in height, plus up to an additional 2 feet in height for a maximum of 20 feet if necessary to accommodate a roof pitch on the ADU that is aligned with the roof pitch of the primary dwelling unit. We basically just remove the middle of subpart 2B, and then that would be the new limit that would apply throughout the city for detached ADUs.
Correct.
So if we could get our motion maker, I know this was played.
I'm sorry, I'm somewhat confused because I remember when this goes back to my original question. When this came before us the first time, there was a possibility of splitting a lot. And the way the wording is in the resolution that we're looking at right now, it says that a detached ADU may be up to 18 feet in height if it is created on a lot with an existing single-family dwelling. But if they've split the lot and they have the detached ADU on the second lot, then does that apply? Does the 18 feet apply or no?
So, can you try and understand the question?
And maybe the state law has changed. So, originally, when the state law came before us, there was a possibility of splitting a 5,000 square foot lot, and you could put up to 2 ADUs on the second lot and put a JADU on the lot with the single family dwelling. And so I guess my question is, if you put the ADU on the second lot, then it's not on the same lot as the single family dwelling. But the state law may have changed to where this is moot. I'm not really sure, but I know that that was originally an option.
It's a great question. Yeah, state law requires there be either a single family or multifamily dwelling on the lot. So you couldn't split a lot and just send an ADU off on its own. State law requires a primary dwelling to be there in order to qualify for ministerial approval of an ADU or a JDU.
And I'm sure just a point of clarification too, I think sometimes we do also have that recent state law SB 9 that did allow units to be split ministerially and to have up to 2 structures on one of the new lots. And to make it more complicated, one of those could be an ADU, but the general rule, as Ryan just stated, would be that on the same lot would need to be a primary dwelling and then an ADU.
Right. It could be either existing or proposed according to the ordinance.
Okay, so on that second lot where there's an ADU, could it be 18 feet or no?
If they build a house with it, then it can be 18 feet. It couldn't just sit by itself.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to based on the wording on this, on 2B here. So, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Matos?
I just have a quick question for applicability, and my apologies for my ineloquence earlier. It's late and trying to just suss this out, right? The language. The implications for the language, 18 feet high with 20 feet to accommodate a pitched roof across the city because 95% of the city is within half a mile of a major transit stop. Does that equate to saying that flat roofs are capped at 18 feet and pitched roofs are capped at 20 feet? Is that what we are saying?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on what we were saying and get that on the record because I think there was a little confusion there on my end as well. So thank you.
Good question.
Okay, Joe, we have a new motion, and we need a second. Thank you.
I guess I move approval as amended.
And just to note for the record, that would be the change on the item, that's right into the record, and additionally, 1936 through 10.5 to add the additional sentence, making clear that no rooftop decks are permitted on ADUs.
So moved.
And the motion carries unanimously, showing 6 ayes and Chair Jones absent. There is no appeal process. This is a recommendation to the City Council.
And we need to take one more pause to set up for the last hearing, or are we ready? And a word from Commissioner Gregoire?
I think we should be fine.
Okay.
I live and own property in a building that's within 500 feet of the subject property, so I will be recusing myself. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner. And happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you.
We're going to give Commissioner Gregoire a moment to leave the council chambers, and then we will be ready to begin. Are we all ready? Okay, our final public hearing of the evening is 8465 Santa Monica Boulevard. This was continued from the Thursday, October 6th meeting, as well as the December 1st meeting. The Planning Commission will hold a public hearing to consider the determination of general plan consistency for the city's acquisition of real property and replacement of an existing one-sided static billboard with a new two-sided billboard with a zone map amendment and a development agreement for the property located at 8465 Santa Monica Boulevard in West Hollywood, California. We are ready for the staff presentation.
Okay. Good evening, Acting Chair Thomas and members of the Commission. Antonio Castillo, Senior Planner with the Current and Historic Preservation Planning Division. The item before you this evening is comes in a few parts, involving 3 resolutions. One would be a determination of the general plan consistency for both the acquisition of the property located at 8465 Santa Monica Boulevard by the city, and approval of the replacement of the existing one-sided static billboard with a new two-sided static billboard. The second would be a recommendation to the City Council on the development agreement with Seaview Palms and Company for access, operation, and maintenance of the replacement billboard and a sign permit for the replacement billboard. And third would be a recommendation to the City Council on the zone map amendment to place the property in the development agreement overlay zone. The property is a through lot located with street frontages along Santa Monica Boulevard to the south and Holloway Drive to the north. The 8,786 square foot property includes a 23-room motel structure constructed in 1954, known as the Holloway Motel. The property also includes an approximate 685 square foot one-sided static billboard operated by Outfront Media. The city council identified the Holloway Motel as an eligible motel for conversion into the interim housing with on-site supportive services, and in June of this year approved a purchase agreement for the Holloway Motel. The city and seller are currently in escrow, and one of the conditions during the escrow period is for the Planning Commission to review the purchase of the property for consistency with the general plan. While the Commission does not make the policy determination on how to use the new site, the city has been granted home key funds for interim housing on the site, and there is a foreseeable future use, which can be considered as part of the general plan consistency finding. The acquisition of the property and replacement of the static billboard as part of the acquisition agreement will provide various benefits to the city and would not impede the implementation of the goals and policies of the general plan. The project would allow the city to effectively address the goals in its 5-year plan to address homelessness, including the establishment of bridge housing and to increase the number of special needs housing. The Home Key grant program was created specifically for this type of conversion. A condition of the purchase sale agreement required to complete the acquisition of the property is to provide the seller an exclusive easement for the operation, maintenance, improvement, replacement, and leasing of a two-sided static billboard in the location of the existing one-sided static billboard. The entitlement for the billboard to be replaced includes a development agreement with a revenue share provision which allows the city to receive 30% of additional revenue the billboard would generate over a 30-year term of the development agreement. The scope of this item tonight does not include the actual change of use of the motel building or any physical improvements to the building at this time. Future use of the building after the city acquires the property will be subject to conformance with the applicable development standards in the zoning ordinance and consistency with the city's general plan and CEQA. So it's staff's assessment that the acquisition of the property at 8465 Santa Monica, the zone map amendment to create the development agreement overlay, and the development agreement establishing the easement to access the billboard, and the replacement of the single-sided billboard with a two-sided billboard is consistent with the general plan, and therefore staff recommends, excuse me, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt the 3 resolutions provided in your packet, including the general plan consistency finding, and recommending that the City Council approve the zone map amendment and the development agreement and sign permit. And with that, this concludes my presentation. Both myself and Brian League are available for any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Matos?
Thank you, Chair Thomas. Quick question for staff. So in the staff report, it is mentioned that at the end of the term of the developer agreement, the billboard would return to the same way that it looks today. I wanted to see if staff believed that that language would be sufficient to move it forward, or if there were any potential reason why we would state that way. My concern is that as technology changes and evolves, 30 years from now, what a standard billboard looks like in the city may evolve. And rather than taking it back, maybe putting it to the same kind of one-sided, I don't know what the intent of that was. So what is the staff's intent for that?
Brian League with Property Development Manager. The intent of that was to negotiate another development agreement in year 29. The development agreement has a set term. And we recognize things change, and there's minor there's language for minor changes to the permitted sign, but at the end of the development agreement, we need to negotiate a new development agreement. If not, the city has no revenue from that, and there'll be an incentive to to Seaview Palms, who holds the easement, to negotiate with the city because they go back to that older billboard.
What is the language that we're implementing if for whatever reason there were not another developer agreement renewed after year 29? What is the language?
The language, it just reverts back to the existing sign. So if at the end of the term of the development agreement, the Seaview Palms would need to remove the permitted sign and would have only rights to the existing sign.
Okay.
So there's an incentive for them to negotiate with the city for a new development agreement.
So is the intent for it to return to a one-sided static billboard? Is that the intent that I'm hearing?
Exactly.
Okay. Can I ask a question to our city attorney? Is there language that we should consider to make that intent more explicit?
What's the section number again? The purpose of the provision is because the development agreement only gives them the right to the double-sided sign in a slightly different configuration with the development agreement. So if the development agreement ever goes away, terminated, term ends, they have to go back to a one-sided sign. That is the point of the term. Whether it should look a little nicer in 30 years, that's a fair point. But the point is the right to the second sign face and the slightly different configurations they only get while this agreement's in place. That's the purpose.
I understand that, yeah, and I concur. My only concern is just making sure that we have language that, again, for if any reason that were to fall through, there's sufficient language to convey what the intent is.
I may note there's also language in the development agreement which allows for the redevelopment of the property. And the property can be redeveloped as long as we come up with a mutual agreed upon solution for a new sign. So, and we don't, things change, and the Holloway Motel might be something different in year 16, so.
Okay. Well, that was my concern, so thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Copeland?
Thank you, Chair. Hi. Just had a couple of quick questions about the sign itself. I realize it's going to be a change in size of like 6 feet in height and 12 feet in width, and it's going to be two-sided. The lighting will not exponentially change, except that it'll be on both sides. Is that correct? And also the height of the pole will not change. Is that correct? It won't be a different pole with a higher height in addition to the 6 feet. It's going to be the same as it is now.
I'll start with the pole. They're using the
Okay.
existing pole structure. So
Right. That's not going to change. No.
the pole was originally built for this size sign. At some point, it was reduced.
Okay.
So, and the height will be just the other 6 feet. And on lighting, the west-facing sign will be backlit, which is not as it is today. There is no west-facing sign. The
Right.
east-facing sign will remain the same lighting.
Okay, so there shouldn't be any sort of light trespass or anything that would affect a wider range of, say, bring residents into view that are not in view now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Can I add one point to Commissioner Matos' question before?
Sure.
In section 8.1, it says, upon removal of the permitted sign, CD Bonds, subject only to ministerial permits, shall be entitled to construct in the easement area a static advertising sign generally consistent with the existing sign. So I don't know that it would go back to exactly what's there before because 30 years have passed, but the parameters of what they're entitled to build are what we care about.
Okay, so the language does allow for that kind of general flexibility. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for confirming that.
Any other questions? Do we have?
I have one question.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding, since I'm not a lawyer. So the city is purchasing the property, but the sign itself is going to be retained by the other entity. Is that correct? And then it's being leased back to the city for 30 years? Is the other, just the easement? And then is there any leasing of the sign? Or how is that, what's that agreement?
The sign may be operated by a billboard company. The way all of the signs around town might be operated by a billboard company who handles the advertising
Yes.
component. But
They maintain the easement of that sign in perpetuity, though. It's just that it might not be, they either need to negotiate or go back to one-sided of the original size.
that's correct.
Okay.
The easement's in perpetuity. The double-sided sign is only with the development.
Okay. I'm just checking. Any other questions? I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there public comment on this item?
I have no public comment here in chambers. We have a couple on Zoom. If there's anybody on Zoom that would like to speak, please raise your hand. And we'll give you 3 minutes. And Chair, it looks like we are all clear.
Okay, great. Does anyone have any disclosures? Nope. Okay. We are ready to go into deliberation and discussion of the commission. Would anyone like to start?
Can I ask a quick question, if I may?
Absolutely.
To staff. It was mentioned in public comment that there be consideration for the development agreement to consider funding that would be reverted to the specifics of this project, to the services that would be provided. Is that within the purview of this commission?
You could recommend that to the city council. It doesn't need to go, what the city chooses to do with the money does not need to go in the terms of the development agreement, because that's between us and the other party. But if you wanted to, I heard that public comment early as well, you could make that recommendation to the city council, but it doesn't need to be within the terms of any of these documents.
Okay. I personally would be in favor of making that recommendation to city council.
I would not. Just because we have a homelessness initiative. I have faith in our city manager that he will delegate the funds where it needs to go. I have faith in the city council that they're going to put the funds where it needs to go. I don't think we need to micromanage either one of those entities, and so I wouldn't be in support of that.
Oh, could I just, if I may, I understand where you're coming from, but the way that I see this is as a recommendation. I don't see this as micromanaging the council. At the end of the day, it is their decision, and we're simply providing a recommendation for consideration. I don't really see them as in line with having to follow the recommendation, but although I do understand your point, would that help change your decision, or does that remain?
From what I read in the materials, the expectation is that the monies from the sign would go into the operation of this housing. I thought it was.
Could we ask for clarification from staff on that? Because my understanding is that.
Well, here's the thing: it's not a direct thing, so it goes into the general fund, and and then it makes its way back. So it's not like all the money from the sign would go into supportive housing, but it is an expectation that the monies would directly or indirectly support the function of the transitional housing, and I'm okay with that. I'm not interested in directing council to use a portion of the funds for the operation of the whatever it's being called, because it's already integrated in the initiative.
Could we maybe get some guidance from staff and then see where the other commissioners are? And I definitely respect your opinion, Commissioner Chair Thomas.
It's not a critical component of the land use considerations that you're typically asked to make with development agreements. This is slightly unusual because it's the general plan. It's got some other elements to it, but it's certainly not a mandatory part of of a recommendation, and the commenter can also make the same comment to City Council. And I don't even believe as part of final approval of these documents at City Council, they would be making any budgeting decisions at that moment anyway. So it's something to put in the consciousness of what the council and the city manager do, but it's not directly tied to your land use considerations in these documents. Doesn't need to be part of your recommendation.
Okay.
They're not.
Any other thoughts? Commissioner Lombardi? Oh.
So it looks like there's a motion on the floor,
My
but I'll
apologies.
just put my comments out here so that it's on the record. You know, looking at this project, it's a wonderful opportunity. It certainly seems to be consistent with the West Hollywood general plan. You know, I think that addressing homeless crisis that we're in from multiple angles is necessary. And I know we don't have a lot of public comment right now, probably because of how late it is. We did see there were a lot of concerns out there. Maybe staff could help, you know, provide access for people to understand more about this project. I mean, I know you already have, but that could be reiterated again. And noting that, you know, the signage is a little bit of a tricky one, but I understand why it all needs to be. And at the end of the day, I think it's doing the right thing. Obviously, it does, you know, the optics are a little bit strange when the city, you know, moves forward with these things where a private entity probably could not, which just makes me think we need to circle back on the billboard policies for billboards not on Sunset, which I know we reviewed some years ago now, but it would probably be a good time for the city to start to take a stance on these things as they look at this project. But overall, this is a great thing, and I hope that the city can help ease the concerns that we saw that came in. I'm pretty neutral on the recommendation of funding. I understand that might not be in our purview, so I would probably just leave it be at this time and trust that City Council will consider those things when they're reviewing it. And I'd be happy to second the motion, but I know that there's other comments that commissioners may want to make.
Well, there's a motion there's a motion though. So I mean, we can have discussion after there's a second.
Can I ask what the motion is?
Commissioner.
Yeah, to approve the project as according to the staff report.
Is there a second? Okay. Is there further discussion?
Oh, no, I had just wanted to make a comment sort of similar to what Commissioner Lombardi had said. I think it's the, you know, the use where it is consistent with the general plan and also the humane thing to do, the right thing to do, and we're the right place to do this. Having said that, as Commissioner Lombardi touched on, I don't think we should minimize the concerns of the public and the local businesses about public safety and or vilify them for expressing those concerns. And I hope that maybe the way to allay those concerns and fears is to be very transparent and very clear with the public about what it is and what it isn't going to be when the time comes, and to be very responsive and strict enforcement of the rules and so forth. So I think it's great, and I just wanted to sort of echo some of his comments. That was all, Chair.
I agree. Staff, there was a meeting on Monday, correct? Was it this past Monday or Tuesday? This week?
Correct. There was a meeting Tuesday. There's been multiple meetings. Corey Plank with our strategic initiatives groups here, and if you want to hear about the outreach, but we've had at least a dozen interactions with the community through the business community, neighborhood. I mean, we've had a pretty extensive dialogue with the community on this proposed project.
Thank you. Are there any other commissioners? Do you have anything else you want to add before we do the vote? I'm wholeheartedly in agreement. I think this is necessary. I think every municipality has to do their part in addressing homelessness. And I think that I think it's a very positive thing. So I think we're ready to vote.
And the motion passes, noting 5 ayes, Commissioner Gregoire as recused, and Chair Jones as absent. We do have one resolution that is appealable. That is resolution number 221488. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from this date to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees. And the resolution numbers 221489 and 221490 are going forward to City Council as recommendations and are not appealable.
Thank you. Item 11 is new business. There is none. Item 12 is unfinished business. There is none. Item 13, excluded consent calendar. There's none. Items from staff was moved earlier. Is there any public comment, David?
Chair, we have no public comment.
Item 16 is items from commissioners. Any items? Commissioner Copeland?
Just wanted to wish everyone a very happy holidays, whatever you celebrate, and that hopefully everyone will stay healthy and with everything going around, and look forward to working with you again in the coming year. And thank all of you for being welcoming and so helpful this year. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Cavallaro, did you have
Same.
anything?
Just want to say happy holidays to everybody. Please stay safe and enjoy your time with families and friends. And thank you, Acting Chair Thomas, for your guidance tonight. That was a good one, and you did it masterfully.
Thank you. Commissioner Matos?
Thank you, Chair. I too want to thank you for your leadership tonight. I truly appreciate it. It's not easy leading us through these controversial and contested issues, but you did it with grace and with leadership tonight, so I want to thank you for that. And I also want to wish everyone happy holidays, and I truly want to thank the city staff from the bottom of my heart for all that you do. I think that you guys put a lot of work in behind the scenes that we don't always see and sometimes goes underappreciated, so I truly want to thank you all for everything that you guys do, and I hope you all have a wonderful holiday.
Commissioner Lombardi?
I'll keep it short and echo all of those comments. But yes, thank you, Acting Chair Thomas. It was not an easy meeting. And thank you to staff. And, you know, I guess we might not see some of you until the new year. So, yeah.
Yes. I echo all your sentiments. Thank you so much to staff. They're no longer here, but also want to thank the public who came out this evening. Having such an active and engaged public really helps guide our decision making, and really appreciate everyone who came out this evening. Happy holidays to you all. Our next meeting is January 19th. If you have any questions for staff, they are available until then, so please reach out with any questions. I appreciate all of you, and please have a happy and healthy holiday. And with that, I've got my gavel. We are adjourned.